All right, we're live.
Hello.
Welcome, my pioneers and fellow curios chasers. And welcome to Kitschy Shop for Eclectic Curiosities, where we cast aside the mundane and plunge headfirst into the mystical realm of the supernatural. This is a place of enigmas, oddities, and the unexplained. Your presence here signifies that you've dared to venture into the darkest depths of curiosity. And now, you stand on the precipice of the arcane horrors concealed within. I am Kitschy, your host and guide through this bewildering labyrinth of the bizarre and the uncanny. But I am not alone on this otherworldly journey. Our cast for today includes...
Hi, I'm Dan. I will be playing Elsa Beck, the servant.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'll be playing Luca, the private detective who's really an architect.
And I'm Ellie. I'll be playing Oscar, the priest.
Beautiful. And these are the extraordinarily brave souls who have chosen to delve into the cryptic secrets that lie hidden within our story today. Brace yourselves for an unparalleled adventure, one teeming with riddles, shadows, and some things that should have been left unfound. Beware, for the line between our own reality and the fantastical realms of this tale often blurs in this particular space. Please do find your tether, for we cannot be accountable for any adventures that proceed beyond the close of today's story. So, my dear witnesses, join us as we peer into a story of the hidden, natural, mystical world around us, and the dangers lurking in the corners of the eyes. Kitschy Shop is an actual playcast with violent themes and adult language. Audience discretion is advised. Today's episode may include violence, gore, death, mutilation, nudity, and child harm.
Oh, nudity.
Today's episode will also be raising money for the... Sorry. The nudity comment just got to me.
I'll behave.
Today's episode will be raising money for the Boston Area Liberation Medic Squad, also known as BALM, the charity selected by our players today. All donations will go towards this cause. The Boston Area Liberation Medic Squad is an all-volunteer, non-hierarchical, consensus-run organization that aims to provide medical support by all means at their individual and collective disposal at progressive demonstrations and direct actions. They also really love run-on sentences. They seek to facilitate the dissemination of medical knowledge for the empowerment of the progressive community. They value diversity in both their own organization and in the larger struggle against oppression. So, players, are you prepared to venture into the uncharted and wholeheartedly embrace the fantastical, no matter how alarming?
Probably not.
Yes.
I need your consent.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's like sitting in an exit row.
Verbally.
Then let the journey commence.
Woo.
Today we will be playing Vaesen, a Nordic horror role-playing game based on the work of Swedish illustrator and author Johan Egerkrans. Please note, I do apologize for butchering almost every name that is about to come up today. Vaesen presents a dark gothic setting steeped in Nordic folklore and old myths of Scandinavia. The game mechanics use an adapted version of the award-winning Year Zero engine by Free League Gaming. This is our first time playing the system, myself included, so we are bound to make mistakes. But we're gonna have fun regardless.
So much fun.
The adventure today is A Wicked Secret, written by Gabrielle de Bourg, who did send me a pronunciation of their name, and I did my best. Where we will be traveling to the vast forests of the 19th century Nordic North. Some background information. The Society of Uppsala is a clandestine organization shrouded in mystery. Its origins mostly lost to the annals of time. Founded centuries ago, this enigmatic group is comprised of individuals possessing a rare and extraordinary gift known as the sight. Hailing from diverse backgrounds and walks of life, these individuals share a common purpose: to study and combat the malevolent forces known as Vaesen that lurk in the shadows of the world. Nestled amidst the historic and ethereal landscapes of 19th century Sweden, the society finds its sanctuary within the decaying walls of an abandoned castle in the city of Uppsala. This ancient fortress, with its labyrinthine corridors and secret chambers, serves as the heart and headquarters of their mission. Here, they gather to decipher the arcane, share knowledge passed down through generations, and develop the mystical arts needed to confront the elusive Vaesen. As guardians of humanity, the society stands as a beacon of hope against the supernatural threats that haunt the fringes of existence. With their sight as both a gift and a burden, they have embarked on the unending quest to banish the darkness and protect the mortal realm from the eerie and maleficent creatures that dare to breach the veil between worlds. The society's story is one of dedication, sacrifice, and unwavering resolve, as they seek to preserve the fragile balance between the seen and unseen realms in the shadowy corridors of the 19th century Sweden. As you, esteemed members of society, gather within the hallowed halls of our headquarters on this early spring evening, the parlor welcomes you with an air of ancient mystique. Here, in this room steeped in history, you find yourselves amidst the relics of centuries-long battles against the Vaesen. As you enter, the soft, mesmerizing glow of an ornate chandelier suspended from a ceiling illuminates the weathered tapestries adorning the walls. Tapestries that depict the tales of our forebears' unwavering resolve. Take your seats in the plush armchairs surrounding the intricately carved wooden table, for this is where knowledge is shared and plans are forged. The centerpiece of the room, a crackling fireplace against the far wall, bathes the parlor in the warmth of its flickering flames. The scent of aged wood and smoky embers fills the air, inviting you to find solace in its embrace. Beyond the heavy curtains, the pale moonlight filters through, casting a silvery glow over the ornate carpet that graces the parlor floor. Listen, dear members, to the sounds of nature heralding the arrival of early spring. The subtle chirping of birds awakening to the dawn, and the gentle rustling of leaves as the breeze stirs through the nearby woods. As you settle into your chairs, the very walls of this century-old castle seem to resonate with the weight of history and the solemnity of our shared mission. The flames in the fireplace dance in time with our collective heartbeat, reminding you of the ancient secrets and formidable challenges that lie ahead in our eternal quest to combat the lurking Vaesen and to safeguard the world from the encroaching shadows that threaten to engulf it. And then there was a knock on the parlor door.
Oh, please, I'll get it. Elsa gets up from her seat, and she's very proper, so she, like, almost floats over to the door and opens it. Yes?
It is Elga Frisk, your trusty butler and keeper of the grounds. A letter has arrived.
Oh, thank you so much, Elga. Anything else?
Anything that you need tending to, please do let me know before you leave.
Oh, of course, thank you. And
And he closes the door behind him,
cool.
leaving you to talk amongst yourselves.
here, Father. You are much more well-read than I am.
Indeed. I'm sure that's true, my dear. Well, it's in fancy cursive. Father can read this, but I'm not sure if Ellie can. All right, let's go. To whom it may concern, I urgently request your assistance. My name is August von Meyer. Mayer?
I can hand you the book if you want to read it in a easier font.
Oh, sure, thank you.
The father's-
Something sans serif, perhaps? Okay.
The cursive.
I urgently request your assistance. My name is August von Meyer. I am a forest owner and industrialist and own one of the largest sawmills in northern Sweden, located here in Härnösand, where I am working to modernize this region. To this end, I am procuring heavily forested tracts of land and employing large parts of the local population in said areas. Some time ago, two of my employees, Mr. Gottfried Harmerstrom and his assistant Nils Lindeskold, were sent to a small village called Farnsta, north of Härnösand. It is located deep in the woods, and the land was said to be highly fertile and abundant with forests. Hammarstrom was therefore responsible for ensuring a transaction between the villagers and yours truly. But now, alas, tragedy has struck. One night, poor Niels returned on horseback, wearing nothing but his nightshirt. How indecent. He was in a frantic state, rambling about some evil beast he beheld in the village. Niels has not been the same since and can barely speak. Hammerstrom is missing, and I fear what may have befallen poor Gottfried. I sense that something is amiss. There is more to this place than meets the eye. That is why I am writing to you. I would like to enlist your services in uncovering the truth about what has happened to Hammerstrom and stopping the beast mentioned by Mr. Lindeskold at any cost. You come very highly recommended, and your expertise would be invaluable in our current predicament. Should you accept this task, you will of course be richly rewarded. Please reply with utmost haste, for time is of the essence. I shall wait for you in Härnösand to explain more and arrange your trip to Farnsta. Sincerely, August von Meyer. Thank you.
Well, yes, August von Meyer is well known in Ljubljana, supplying the raw materials needed to construct the new West End. So, obviously, if there's a hiccup in his supply chain, that'll
Cause problems for everyone.
definitely a snafu at least.
All right, well, I suggest we reply with all haste as instructed in that case, and I pull out my writing utensils and paper I have in my inventory.
Nice.
You're so prepared.
I am so prepared if you need wine, writing, or a Bible verse. And I'm unprepared in every single other way. So I assume there's like a return address on the envelope or something. We can pen a letter back to him.
Oh, yes. Very easy to respond. Give whatever response, hopefully a yes. Otherwise, this adventure does not begin. And something that Vaesen does is it gives you time at the beginning of every session or adventure to do a preparation phase. This
Okay.
is where you talk amongst yourselves and you determine a plan to approach the situation. It is the 18th century. You are in a moderately large city, so you do have some resources at your availability. And you can conduct research, you can do all sorts of training, whatever you think that you need to do in order to prepare for this. Based on your preparation, you are given something called an advantage. This advantage can be used in an adventure once and only once. And it will be something very specific and very particular to the preparation that you did. So if this is sourcing a particular resource that you think is going to be important, that would be your advantage. If you would like to do research, that could also act as an advantage.
When Nils came back, did he give a description of the beast? I think I might have missed that in the...
It just says rambling about some evil beast he beheld in
Yeah.
the village.
I wish he'd given us more details. It's hard to determine what we're up against. With evil beast, anything could be an evil beast. Luca could be an evil beast.
That's true. Who knows what's
Before
under
he
this
has his
cloak?
coffee, he is.
I can't help being an evening person. It's not in my nature. But
You are the way the Lord made you. For a reason. Okay, so for me, beast feels like maybe we should prepare traps or netting of some kind if it's some sort of animal, but
Some more feral creature.
feral creature
Less talkative.
to hold it in one place.
I wonder if it's lives in trees, given that sawmill, cutting down trees, destruction of habitat. So if it's like a flying creature or a swinging creature.
That is fair. Did it mention does anyone know the topography? Is that the correct word of the area?
Sure. I do have a map book, which is an actual item in my inventory right now.
Wow, let's look at the map book.
I pull up my map book, and I locate Farnston. That's the name of the town.
Yeah, so would you like to try to do some research on Farnston?
You know I love
Or
research.
Farnsta?
Well, is that like the
Stuff.
extent of our preparation? Like,
Oh.
if we say yes, is that the end of our preparation? We can't do anything else?
You could do other preparation. It's just the totality of your preparation will result in the type of advantage that you get,
Got it.
if that makes sense.
So like we learn about local customs and holidays.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is just like we need to do research to even figure out what type of preparation we want to take.
And each one of you has their own advantage.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not a group
Oh.
advantage. It's
No.
individual.
It's an individual advantage.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's start by looking at the map book,
Thumb through the book.
the atlas.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So,
include fun facts, tourist tips.
It's like,
What's
did you know?
sightseeing?
Were you aware?
fun about your research into the village of Farnsta is that it's too small to end up in any book. It's on no maps. You know that you are to meet August in Harnosand, and that it is a short trip from that town, and he will be able to direct you to the village.
Got it. Oh well, it's a bummer that seems like it's still an up and coming community.
Well, where would Harnosand be?
Oh, it's right over there.
Oh, and so one might say a short distance, so somewhere in that area.
Mm-hmm.
The letter says it's located deep in the woods, and the land was said to be highly fertile and abundant with forests.
Oh.
So, if there are forests near Hammerstrom, then that would probably be a viable location for this town.
That is true. That would make sense. And that would place us in the distance for like some more feral woodland creatures.
Indeed. I wonder, there's nothing, they call it an evil beast, but there are no details about its behavior or the nature of its evil. What acts is it undertaking? What evil has it done?
Well, we can assume that it attacked at night. What was his name?
Nils.
Nils was they said in his
Nightshirt.
in his nightshirt. So my assumption was that this attack would have happened at night. So maybe some sort of nocturnal creature.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even specify an attack, however.
Just showed up. Is Nils? Do we know where Nils is? It didn't say in the letter, did it?
Probably back at Hammerstrom?
Harnesand?
Harnesson?
So Hammerstrom was
So many
Godfrey's
different-
last name.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
What's
right.
the town? Not the town we're going to. The
Harnosa. Harnosa is the town that we're meeting Meyer in.
Yeah, I would imagine Nils is there because he rode back after the incident. So we could perhaps interview him when we get there.
Okay.
Yes, he seems to be out of sorts based on what our
That's
patron has
true.
mentioned,
It's-
but we could give it a try.
Well, people who are considered out of sorts sometimes have more truth to them than people
Yes.
who are believed to be all there.
And Father, with your presence, I'm sure he will find some comfort in that.
I'm sure I have a way of soothing even the most troubled souls, as you can attest to.
Yes,
my
of course,
child.
of course.
I think it's the wine.
Shh.
I give the father a light tap on the shoulder.
I roll my eyes affectionately. No, I think it's the presence of God speaking through me, my friend.
Maybe it's both.
True.
Okay, so we can't really research the village, or is there do we know does the region have a name? It's it's like the Midwest, so you could probably get information about the Midwest. Just
It's the north of the mythic north.
okay, so it's like hinterland. Okay,
You're going very north.
okay.
How
Yeah.
far? How far are we from?
It does give me some notes about the journey. It does say it's going to be a long one. And I will read you the dialogue about the journey
When we get there.
when we get there.
Okay.
But it's going to be multiple days, trains,
So
going through transferring. It's a long trip.
So in terms of inventory, I have a revolver, a knife, a map book, binoculars, and rope.
You were really well prepared.
Yeah.
That's astounding.
How long have we been in this castle, Tim?
I mean, you're all pretty new recruits. The society is just barely getting started back up. So what you know from Linnea, who is not
There.
the most comprehensive historian.
So we've been here a few months. I figured you can never go wrong with knife and rope. And these other things were kind of part of my accoutrement, my daily carry for being an architect.
These things never even occurred to me. Well, I suggest that perhaps if we have nothing more specific than evil beast, my inclination would be to invest in some sort of traps or perhaps bait or decoy of some kind.
I could see if I could get my hands on some like more bandages and ointments and things in case we get into some kind of scuffle with this creature.
Oh, are we going shopping? Is that our
You
preparation?
can do some shopping in order to prepare for this, yes.
Oh man, okay, yeah. I should buy knives.
The way that shopping is done in the preparation phase is slightly different than in game. I remember it has something to do with your resources
Yeah.
and its availability. So you will roll your resources against the availability. During a mystery, you can also use your manipulation and a living standard bonus, but that does not come into play in the preparation phase.
Yeah.
But knowing that you will be in a small,
Really, really
isolated town,
Yeah.
There's
Probably
no
a
grocery
so
store.
availability will be much harder to come by certain items.
Yeah, well, you already have rope, which I think kind of covers the trap aspect. Is there anything from our experience that we know, sort of woodland or like feral Vaesen, are
Maybe-
interested, like raw meat or the blood of a virgin?
I don't know if they sell those. Well, definitely the first one they sell. But maybe like a light source if we're going to be looking at night.
I do
Oh.
have my lamp.
Oh, you have your
my
lamp.
plan was to bring it.
Good.
You guys are astonishingly well equipped. I'm along for moral support, mostly.
And that's why we love you.
Thank you. It is the comforting presence of God speaking through me, and not the alcohol.
Tim, should we describe our characters?
Oh, yeah, why don't I totally forgot to have you do that. Yeah, why don't we give the audience a description of what you all are? Because we know our archetypes, but there's a lot of variety within those. So do we want to start with Dan?
Yes, Elsa Beck is in her early 20s, so she's fairly young. She is a pretty plain Jane. She's got like kind of like light brown hair pulled up into like a tight bun. She wears kind of a plain, I was about to say red dress, but red isn't quite plain.
Oh my god, are you a whore?
Like a brown, I guess a brown dress.
russet,
Yeah. And then with an apron on top, she is a servant, so it's like her typical servant attire. She probably won't be wearing the apron when we leave, but yeah, she's like maybe 5'4", pretty standard.
Just a real regular gal.
Yeah.
Real normal gal.
Typical Jane. Yeah.
Plain Jane Doe. Alrighty.
Luca is in his late 30s. He's got a thick, wiry brown mustache. He usually wears like a pretty drab, brownish gray overcoat over a very generic, loosely plaid suit.
Loosely plaid?
Loosely plaid. It's not like
Loosely plaid.
if you squint,
Not quite.
you have to really squint to see the lines of the plaid. It's like
Oh
very
my God,
faded.
It's really subtle.
Yeah,
Really real subtle plaid suit.
I am the height of fashion. He says, apropos of nothing,
He muses out loud. He stares into the distance.
as he smokes on the pipe that he has.
I'm the height of fashion. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, are we still planning? I was daydreaming.
Oscar is, through no particular effort of his own, and occasionally to his dismay, largely unnoticeable. He's the kind of man who has to clear his throat to catch the grocer's attention, even when the shop is completely empty. Everything about him gives the impression of a once vibrant cloth, which has faded after being carelessly left in the sun, from his mannerisms to his physical appearance and his coloring. He wears a small pair of sunglasses or spectacles. Oh,
Sunglasses?
Should it be sunglasses?
I think so.
He has a small pair of sunglasses that he cleans vigorously when he's stressed. And he's middle-aged and medium height. Also pretty normal.
Yeah.
Just a real normal gang of normal people here.
I think Luca's 5'9".
Like, truly, if we were traveling together, people are just like...
Who would
I'm
pay
sure-
us no mind.
Yeah, exactly. We are just unnoticeable.
And that has worked in your favor many times as you
Probably.
That's how spies work.
investigate the countryside often, working with people of various religious tendencies who may view the site and your exploration into the Vaesen as witchcraft or demonology. So being regular people is kind of the name of the game here with Vaesen.
We do not look like the type.
Right.
I feel like we even look a little bit out of place. We're in this, like, elaborate castle sitting in plush armchairs around, like, an intricately engraved table, and it's just, like, three really regular people just sitting there like, oh my god.
How did we get here?
Yeah, exactly.
Although the castle is decrepit from the outside.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And most of the rooms are still in disrepair. You've really only cleared out a couple of rooms so far to stake your headquarters out. The library has been repaired for the most part. All the books that were too moldy to read have been tossed. And everything that could be preserved has been preserved to the best of your abilities, with the help of Elgot,
Oh god.
your butler.
Yeah, what's Elgot's? Does he know about us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he knows about you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
I think the way, because I remember looking up or watching a video about it, and like he has like worked for the society in the past or something along those lines. So when
Okay.
we arrived at the castle, he also arrived at the castle and been like, I'm your butler now.
We're like, oh,
and I know
cool.
everything
whoa,
about you.
sick. Wow, okay. You're probably going to be better at this than we are. Okay, sick. Well, okay, so we respond to the letter. We're like, yes, we're going to meet you. We do our prep. We've tried to look at maps of the area and found limited amounts of information. You have rope, you have a lamp. Any additional prep we want to do in terms of the shopping department?
I would like to go. I have some
bandages.
simple bandages on me. I'm trying to think of what else would be like in that time period. What other sort of like medical things could I bring? Like
Leeches?
needle and sutures.
Leeches
Like needle and thread for
That would
like
work, yeah.
for suturing.
for suturing. So
Just gauze.
I mean, I probably could just have that at home.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just run
It's
home and
just a
grab some
sewing
needle and
kit.
thread. Yeah.
I wonder if you like any kind of topical
Should we make like a
ointments,
topical one would be good.
like some sort of antibacterial.
Yeah. Would that does that exist?
Acid
in-
raisin.
Can I get that?
Alcohol, fire.
Yes, alcohol. That's a
I've
good
got-
point.
Boom.
I pull out my.
But like
I don't
a
even know,
but
it's
like a medical alcohol.
labeled communion wine, like Sharpie. It's half empty.
Yeah.
I would try and probably then procure some
Clear alcohol.
like clear alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
Some
either a
IPA.
vodka or if they have like actual medical grade alcohol,
Yeah.
I would do that. Isopropyl is what they call it
Mhm.
nowadays.
Mm.
I know things.
Can I get like a horn or like a noise maker?
You come with one of those built in.
A mouth? I guess that's true.
Well, no, sorry, not to harsh your vibes.
Oh
I
no,
think
no,
you should
no.
get a horn
That's very true.
or like a kazoo. I'm just thinking.
I'm
if we're
thinking
s-
like
if we're
a-
spending money, like
Oh, that's true. We do have to spend money. At the worst, I could get a jar and fill it with rocks.
Which
Well, if
is
you're gonna
also
do that, just
something
get a
you could
fucking
do in
kazoo or
Farnsta.
Yeah.
a harmonica or something. No, I
Hey.
think it's a good idea.
If it can keep bears away, I used to do this as a kid, says Luca. You
Yeah.
put rocks in a jar and you shake it. Works half the time.
For bears.
And other things. Big cats, small cats. Not medium-sized cats, though.
Other people.
Other people, definitely people. People are gonna get mad. I think it makes people angrier.
Has little to no effect on bees that
Yeah.
we've managed to detect.
I don't know if they have ears, so. Do bees have
Do
ears?
bees have ears?
Tim, do bees have
Do
ears?
bees have ears?
I don't know.
In Vaesen, do bees have ears?
I-
Come on, you're the DM. It's within your power to make
If
this
they
decision.
have ears in real life, they have ears in Vaesen. That's how it works.
Cool.
I feel like
Got
maybe
it.
they can like sense vibrations or something. Like
Mm.
you
Def.
know, something like that.
Do their hairs? Don't they have like a bunch of hairs that do all that stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
Anyways,
Anyway.
can I get?
Do you want to do research on bees as part of your preparation?
We'll save
No,
that for-
no.
I'm
I
gonna
will
get
write it
advantage
down.
for this for some reason.
There's a giant. Whenever you get to the wasp vice, we'll be really
Is
into
it-
it.
Is it automatic? Like no matter what kind of prep you do, it gives you advantage at some point.
Yeah, so I did read some clarification on the advantage. It is something that during the adventure you can ask to use your advantage. So
Okay.
based on what your character did during preparation, we have to reasonably be able to explain why you get advantage in this
I'm not
situation.
gonna research bees.
But we don't have to decide ahead of the adventure what the advantage is.
Gotcha.
It's in real time, you say, I want to use my advantage. It will give you +2 dice to your check.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Got it.
And we just have to be able to rationalize it together.
I would like my preparation to be going into the library and researching possible Vaesen that this could be based on the information that we currently have. So we know forested area, probably active at night, described as an evil beast, so maybe
Exactly.
non-humanoid.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's kind of
Yeah.
all we got, but hopefully that should narrow it down to a couple of plausible options.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm buying things
You
or
shop.
collecting things. I don't know. I might have those things.
Girls love shopping.
Yeah. I can probably get them from my patrons' home.
Yeah.
All right.
Girls do be shopping.
So I have 4 future knowledge. Basic medical supplies were prepared by
Me.
Elsa.
Elsa. basic adventuring gear was prepared by Luca. And Vaesen research was done by Oscar.
Correct.
So generally speaking, your advantages are going to be somewhat related to those topics.
I see.
But it's pretty variable. You could try to persuade me in any sort of way that things that you
bribes.
did, including bribes. Yes, I can always be bribed by a donation to Balm.
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah.
You heard in the chat.
You heard
Bias
it, chat.
advantages.
Bias advantages
Please bribe
by
the DM on our
donating
behalf.
to
Thank
our
you.
charity. All right. So that is your preparations. So if that is all, we can move on to the journey.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Clippity clop. Oh,
Hit
I
the
probably
road.
just like in a carriage or something.
Are we taking a carriage?
Or a
Yes,
train.
The
You will
train?
take multiple routes of transportation. This has all been arranged for you,
That's true.
as well
August
as
arranged.
your living situation once you arrive.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. Are we leaving on a Monday? Can we leave on a Monday?
I have no idea.
That gives me a week before I have to get back to tend to my flock.
True.
Well, the journey north from Uppsala will be a long one. First by train to Ång, before taking a stagecoach to Härnösand. The day of departure is a warm and sunny spring day, and the sound of the steam whistle fills the air at the station, along with clouds of black smoke. It is a 24-hour train ride, with the night spent on board. The stately green trees of the Swedish countryside slide past the windows, and lingering snow can be glimpsed on the mountaintops as the train continues further and further and further north.
Did we get a sleeper car?
Yes.
I love trains. And Oscar does too.
Ång is currently as far as the railroad goes from southern Sweden, and the journey continues by stagecoach for another 2 days, with overnight stops along the way. The air here is crisper and cooler than in Uppsala, and the flowing of brooks is heard outside. The closeness to nature is felt throughout the whole body. You finally arrive in Härnösand and find Von Meyer's sawmill, located where the Ångerman River flows into the Bothnian Sea, and you see several cargo ships being loaded with timber, as well as huge numbers of logs being floated down the river. The sawmill is a modern, steam-powered...
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Fancy.
Steam-powered facility, and the loud roar of the steam engine blends with the sound of numerous toiling workers. As you approach, you see an elegant man whom you can only assume to be Von Meyer. Good evening. Good day. So sorry about that. I hope the trip was nice, pleasant.
Satisfactory. Thank you for your concern. Step forward and shake his hand.
Yes.
Firmly.
Thank you for the excellent accommodations.
Ah, thank you, Father.
And Elsa will hold out her hand like,
He
the
will
kiss lady.
grab it, and he will give it a kiss.
I am Father Ostrozowski.
Ah,
My companions,
very nice to meet you.
Luca and Elsa.
Luca, Elsa.
charmed. Hello.
We're here about your letter.
Very good. Well, come with me around back, and I can give you an overview with a little less noise. I get that the noises of a modern sawmill can be a little overwhelming for people who are not used to it.
We come from like a relatively large city, right?
Mhm.
Like, I feel like we would be somewhat familiar with like industrialization.
Yes.
It's not like,
yeah,
ooh, a
you're
sawmill.
yeah. No. It is particularly interesting to see one of this technologically advanced state this far into the wilderness. But nothing that you haven't seen before.
If possible, we'd also like the opportunity to talk with Niels.
Oh, of course. I don't think you're going to get too much out of him, but it is worth a little chat.
We agree. Lead the way.
All right. Back here is my office, and you can all take a seat, and we can talk a little bit about the situation.
Grab seats.
Yeah.
We sit down in a row.
Also very proper.
Would you like a drink?
I would love a drink.
Yes.
Oh, no, thank you.
Very good. And he is going to take out a decanter from a little counter that he has, it tucked away underneath, and pull out a couple glasses and pour you all a nice scotch, or a decent scotch. Now, the reason that I have called you to this rather remote town of Hammerstrom right now today is, as I have laid out in my letter, the disappearance of my employee and the state in which we currently find his assistant. I believe that they encountered something in Farnsta, and I'd like you to investigate what that is. And potentially destroy whatever it is. And hopefully find what happened to my employee. He was quite good at his job and quite a loss for the company. You know what I mean?
I'm certain. And this incident is preventing your expansion into the city or the new town.
Now that you mention that, Father, there was a bit of business that they were conducting in Farnsta that I had sent them to 2 weeks ago to make a purchase on my behalf. I don't see that as particularly important for your jobs, but true nonetheless.
It could be relevant if we're looking for people who last spoke to me in the town. Why don't you share that with us?
Well, I do run a sawmill, and
Fine one, evidently.
everyone in this region knows that the most fertile of forests are in the area surrounding Farnsta. For some reason, the trees there just grow faster and stronger than any others.
Interesting.
I feel like we all nod
Yeah, we
knowingly.
notebooks.
Go on.
And so it is a particularly good asset. They do have their own sawmill, though it would have to be modernized in order to keep up with the modern standards of expediency and production. But I do believe that there is quite a lot of profit to be made. I am a businessman, after all.
Yeah. So the purchase that you mentioned is the purchase of the sawmill, correct?
There are a few select properties in the area that we have been interested in. One is a particularly large plot of land,
And do you have
that is mostly
information-
forested. What were you asking?
I was asking if you had information on the people that your associates would have spoken to about these purchases. So if you're trying to track down what happened to your missing employee, we'll need to retrace their footsteps.
Ah, yes. There was. Let me check my notes. I did leave something about that on my.
Have my scotch. Take your time.
Luca,
Well-
Yes, that's right. It was there are two people in particular that we were interested in their property. A Marta Karlstrom and a Dorothy Skit.
Martha Karlstrom and Dottie.
Dorothy.
Doherty.
like Dorothy, but in an Irish accent.
Dorothy
That is
Smith?
correct.
Skit.
That is
Skit.
Skit. Dorothy Skit.
Dorothy Skit.
And have you heard any word from Farnsta in the meantime? Was the rest of the town affected by this evil beast as Nils described?
All I have to go off of is the disappearance of my employee following this excursion, and, well, Niels.
So no word or no attempt to contact Farnsta has been had.
Well, that is what I am sending you to do. To send somebody out into this
Situation.
very rural area. It will take some time to get to. The path is quite strenuous.
And it's interesting that Nils was able to return on his own. He had a shirt.
He was on horseback.
He was in quite a state when he arrived, wearing very little clothes and screaming absurdities. You did want to talk to him, right?
We would. If you
Then you
could bring
could
him in.
potentially see what I am talking about. This man has very little information other than what I provided in the letter that you received.
Nonetheless, we would love to speak with him if you could bring him into the office. We'll wait.
Oh, we will go to him. That is best. I fear moving him in this state. We've done our best to keep him safe and to keep others safe from him.
Is the man imprisoned?
No, we've kept him comfortable. He's just... It is best that he does not leave the room that he is currently staying in.
Very well. Lead the way.
And so he's going to escort you out of the office.
My suspicion is he doesn't want word getting out about. And nobody will want to go work in farm stuff.
So he's going to exit the office, take you across the workroom to a storage room in the back. As he opens the door, you do see a man. The door was locked, which is important information.
Where does he take the key out?
His pocket.
Just checking.
He's not particularly
case.
secretive about the key.
Yeah.
I'm
He
just
takes the
saying,
key
I'm
out,
just
unlocks the
information.
door, opens it, and as the door opens, you see a 30-year-old man with a small mustache. He is wearing sweat-stained clothes. Not particularly dirty, but not clean either. It may have been a while since he has bathed. But he does look like he has been fed He does look more or less unharmed in any way. And he is not tethered to anything in the room. The door was just locked. As you enter, he gets up with a franticness. Red eyes, they stared at me, a devil's eyes. I see them in you, father. And he claws at you.
Can I restrain him?
Oh, thank you.
I tackle him.
Okay, you grab him and you pull him back from father. And he goes, "Oh, so sorry. I don't know what came over me." Are you about the beast? Is that why you've come?
Lay my hand on his shoulder and look very earnestly into his eyes and say, "There is nothing to forgive, my child. Yes, we're here about the beast. Please, sit. Tell us what transpired."
You see that he has lots of scars and scratches left on branches. That as you ask that question, he begins to pick at. And then he begins to stare at the corner of the room. I see only the eyes. They pierced the darkness, and they stole into my soul. Are you going to see them too?
Maybe.
Possibly. Besides the eyes, was there anything else about this incident that was unsettling? Did anything happen before or after?
His only eyes, Father. His only eyes.
His only eyes.
Where did this occur that you saw them?
In the eyes.
Is there... Can I, do something?
Yes, sir.
Can I do something?
Oh, can you calm him down?
Can I manipulate him into communicating a little bit more straightforwardly about the circumstances surrounding the eyes?
You can attempt a manipulation. However, I will ask a medicine check in advance of that.
So medicine and then manipulation. Let's see.
Someone in the group can do a medicine
Oh,
test
I
in
can-
order to
yeah, I can do that
assist
then.
in.
So I can do a
Elsa.
6.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Wow, medicine girl. If I'd known, I wouldn't. I put a random point to medicine.
Oh god,
Oh.
sorry. I bumped into the thing.
Bad sounds.
1 success.
One success. That's all you need.
Okay.
Most things are a single success. So, it is very obvious to you that this man is suffering from a severe shock to the point that he is disassociated from reality.
He needs to dunk his face in water and count 5 things that he can hear.
Yeah. I'm going to gently put my hand on Father do you have a last name?
Zilski.
Father Zilski's shoulder. And Father, may I have a moment?
Naturally, my child.
I unleash my tackle.
You're just holding it.
It's a big
the
hug,
whole time,
yeah.
It's clear to me that he might not be suffering from anything supernatural, though the cause of his suffering might have been something supernatural. He seems to just be in a state of shock. I've seen it many times before. At back at our house, the like men coming back from war and things like that. Oftentimes, that shock will hold, and they will see things that aren't there.
Wise words, my child. All right. Well, so I won't try and manipulate him because he's not. That would not be effective. He's looking at the corner. If we look at the corner, do we see anything?
No, there is nothing in the corner of the room. And as you look back to him, you see that his demeanor has shifted considerably. He has become docile. Almost vacant.
Maybe just gently guide him back to the bed to sit down.
The scratches on his arm, I asked Nils, are these recently acquired? Do you have any other injuries that we should be aware of?
When you arrived, he had those. I assumed it was from the trip. He came in such a frantic state, he tumbled into nearly everything he ran into it.
Father, may I borrow your paper and writing utensils?
Naturally, my child. I pass one sheaf of paper and my second best friend.
Elsa
And
is going
watch
to
carefully.
sit down next to Nils and pass him the paper and writing utensils. Nils, could you? I know that describing what you saw is hard, but could you draw it for me?
He doesn't respond at first, and then he slowly takes the pencil from you, and he crouches down on the ground. And he begins to very aggressively draw out in the graphite pencil what I am about to attempt to do.
50-50 shot, it's big red eye.
Right.
Eyes, yeah. Surprise, it's eyes.
It has an eye and some tentacles, and it's vaguely icosahedral, like the one behind Ellie.
Is this in camera view?
Yes, it is.
Sure. Okay, so my drawing skills aren't the best, but neither are Nils.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
It's like a big owl.
Care to
For
show the
those-
class?
Yeah, for those at home too.
I think you're holding
I think it
sideways.
So
rotates
it's
90
definitely
degrees.
sideways.
This way?
Yeah.
Upside down now.
Oh, I was gonna say.
It's abstract.
T. I think it's T.
It is
Yeah.
very abstract. So yeah, it does look like the eyeballs are the focus of the drawing.
Yeah. Red eyes.
Pointy, maybe ears of some
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are kind of
big
points
teeth
on
for
the top
sure.
and like very big teeth, sort of situation. And it just looks so incredibly angry.
the same. It's a
Same.
picture
It's
of
me.
you.
But
Oh my gosh.
immediately
Where's the
upon
bison in the room with us?
immediately upon finishing this drawing, he drops the pencil quickly, looks at it, and shuffles himself back to the wall of the storage room, in fear of it, the drawing itself.
Elsa will quickly pick it up and fold it, and put it in her like.
Well, he
like
drew on the
like a rest-
ground.
Oh, he
Yeah.
didn't use the paper.
Oh, it's on the ground.
I thought he
He
put the
does
paper on
not
the
draw
ground.
on the
Gotcha.
You could copy it onto the paper.
Yes, I will quickly sketch it out on the paper.
And then I'll sweep the drawing away with the toe of my boot. Once Elsa has copied it. And can I, like, bless him?
Yeah.
Can bless him. How
I can't
would you
roleplay it
like
because I
to
don't
bless
know.
him?
I if he seems comfortable with it, and if he doesn't like flinch away from me or anything, I'll walk up to him and gently lay my hand on his shoulder, I guess, and say a prayer. Something really, like, just like a classic. Just pull out one of the classics. One of the, like, top 10. Maybe for somebody who has gone through a trial or is suffering in some way or needs to overcome something. One of those.
All right. Throughout the prayer, he just is staring at the spot on the floor, picking at his fingers, scratching the scratch marks on his arms.
Okay. That's fine. I wasn't really expecting that to do anything. It's sort of just my job.
As we're leaving, that was a
I
beautiful
finish
blessing,
it up
Father.
With like a couple pats on the shoulder, and I turn away like. One of my big insecurities is that like I'm not actually actually holy enough to do real priesthood. Like, there's this is one of Oscar's things. It's like he always feels like maybe if he was a real priest and he believed harder and he was like better at his job, that would have worked. He's not sure if it doesn't work because there's something wrong with him or because.
Oh.
Healing takes time.
That's funny because
Yeah.
Elsa's deeply committed to your congregation and
Yeah,
you.
exactly. He's like, of course, my child, of course. I've never had a doubt in my life.
Elsa might not have ever had a doubt in her life.
Oh my god, yeah. That's why I like being around you. Your faith in me restores my faith in the big guy. Okay. Well, I understand why we talked. I think we got good information. Red eyes, sort of pointy ears of some sort, big teeth.
Definitely some sort of bestial creature.
Seems to have caused suffering just by its presence, not necessarily through any physical act, because he was physically unharmed besides the branches and stuff. Unless it's like a creature.
Wouldn't that be spooky?
Wouldn't that be spooky? You know, I'll tell you what, I have a hunch it's going to be spooky no matter what. I don't know if this would count as using my advantage or whatever, but like based on so I researched like kind of a subset of possible Vaesen that I thought this might be based on what we knew. Now with this information of like the red eyes, maybe the sort of pointy ears or like pointy head and big teeth, does that narrow it down any further? It's okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a little early
Okay, yeah, no worries.
in the
Adventure.
it's a little mechanically it's just a little early in the adventure.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
to know what
I like where your
Vaesen it
head's
is.
at.
Yeah.
No, I feel like this is like a information gathering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of that.
Because I don't have shit. I can hit poorly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not a big combat game. Like if
Yeah.
we fight
it's-
something, we die.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
so I've got.
Unless it's other people, in which case we still probably die.
Yeah, fighting people is not likely to survive.
Okay.
Especially not
So.
fighting Vaesen.
I mean, yeah. My ass whipped by a big lady in a tree. Not a tree. Oscar's just going in the woods every night. Okay. What should be our next course of action? Do we want to do anything else in the Sawmill town? Is there anything else to do here before?
maybe, I don't know. We only know vaguely about Gottfried and Mills. Like, I imagine they're the account managers for trying to secure these properties, but I don't know if we could ask people here. But they probably wouldn't know much about their demeanors before leaving.
You think something might have happened before?
Oh, no. I was just thinking, like, Nils obviously can't, like, asking him about, like, oh, where were you? Can I ask him what he remembers last about being in town before the monster?
He does not respond.
Okay. He's sedate now. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything else we can do here.
But we should definitely let him rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I give him some of the remaining scotch that I had. Because I carried it with me from the office.
You haven't finished that yet?
It's supposed to be enjoyed. It's a treat, not a treatment.
Why are you giving it to him? I-
Yeah, so he does not, like, hold out his hand to take it from you. And the last thing you see before August, I was like, is it August or Augustus? August, kind of like, at this point, he's like, yeah, so you see what I mean. He is really not going to give you much information other than what was already included in the letter. I mean, I apologize, I myself was not present. I was unfortunately busy here at the mill.
No need to apologize. Had you been present, it's likely you either would have gone mad or disappeared as well. So, no foul.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, and, I mean, if there's anything else I can help you with before you head off to Farnstar, please do let me know. Otherwise, there is a stagecoach ready for you whenever you are.
You'd mentioned that it was a long trek. May I ask how many days it will take to get there?
One day. It's a day's journey.
I'm not sure whether we should do it now or when we get there. Like, asking like the locals, regular people, how they roll dungeons, or they've ever heard something with red eyes. Like, like people who maybe don't are a little bit connected to the local culture versus Scrooge McDuck over here.
Right.
So we gotta go find the old folks that
Old
are
people.
playing bocce and drinking coffee.
But maybe my inclination is not going to be once we get to the fall
Farnsta.
farm stuff. So, yeah, I guess we'll head out. Do we want anything here? Supplies?
Lumber, raw.
So, raw lumber. Give me a 2x4. Yeah, we wouldn't want the people to miss out on that particular equip.
What time of day is it?
You've arrived in the morning.
Okay.
And so the idea is that you would check in here with August and then head out within the day. You're not spending your evening here.
Okay, let's go. I mean, do we want, he already arranged all of our lodgings and everything. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to leave it.
To Farnsta.
All
No
right.
way.
Way away.
So, the journey to Farnsta. It's a day's journey by stagecoach from Harnosand through the woods to Farnsta, along the Ingraman River, where the logs are floated downstream. The further you go, the worse the roads become, and the sky is increasingly hidden by trees. Few people ever come this way, and it shows. As you arrive, the sun has already begun to set. But the tower of the old stone church can still be glimpsed in the moonlight. It is the only stone building in the village whose cabins and houses are exclusively made of wood. The rest of the village is not much to look at, with houses for villagers, a modest general store / post office, and a simple village hall. The stagecoach rolls deeper into the village and near the end of the high road, where you can see the sawmill by the Farnsta stream, before the coach turns off towards a small wooden house. It is beautifully ornamented, and the lumber is a testament to its age.
This is the Karlstrom Manor.
A woman does exit the front door as you arrive, and waves your coach down. As the coach stops, the door opens to let you out. She approaches. Ah, yes, you must be, the investigators.
Indeed, sent by Mr. Von Meyer?
Yes, of course he would send someone. He did arrange your lodgings. Well, he arranged your previous, employees, co-workers, lodgings. So I believe those should still stand.
Excellent. We
Well-
heard. So is this? Sorry, did she introduce herself? Is
She
this
did
Mark?
not.
And you are?
Marta Karlstrom, my dear. father.
Naturally, Father Zelsky.
Father Zelski, very nice to meet you. And
Luca.
Luca, very, very lovely.
And I'm Elsa.
Elsa. Well, I hope your trip was pleasant. I know these roads can be quite strenuous for outsiders who are unfamiliar with these lands.
Not a lot to read up on. I tried.
Well, can't say many people leave to go do the writing and accounting.
Okay.
So is the lodging with you? Is it? Could you? Thank you for welcoming us.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Right this way.
Really delighted to meet you.
Yes, I do have a spare room that you can all share. That is the two men that were here previously. That is their arrangement.
Lead the way.
So she is going to guide you into her house. It is one of the nicer houses that you have passed along the way. One of the roomier houses. It is well decorated and well kept.
Oh yeah, our architect's inspector.
Yeah, I'm knocking on walls. I'm putting my ear.
He's
to
like,
That's a
nice
load-bearing
joint
one.
Work.
Oh, the joists.
Lintels, perhaps.
It is a sturdy structure. The lumber is generations old, aged wood that has settled onto this plot of land quite nicely. She takes you to a room in the back. There are two beds. One is a smaller children-sized bed, and the other is a kind of full-sized situation.
I'll take the
Cozy.
floor.
Are their possessions still there?
Oh. Good question.
No.
Light travelers, it seems.
Oh, I apologize. I took the liberty of removing their things and putting them into storage should they return.
We'll need to see
Unfortunately, they left without saying anything to me.
them. Yes, that's why we're here. We'll need to see those. My
Absolutely. Would you like to see them now?
It's
Or?
like nighttime, right?
Yeah. It's pretty late.
Oh no. Well, if it comes out at night, it might appear tonight.
Did you have supper?
No.
No, we traveled straight through.
I think I can spare some left over from this evening's meal.
We would love a bite to eat if you'll just call us when it's ready.
Oh, it's already ready.
Oh,
Father.
perfect.
Perfect. Great.
I will make sure it's still warm. If not, I can try to kindle a fire. I was on my way to bed myself.
Oh, well, not to worry. If you're on your way to bed, we would hate to be in a position. If you'll just direct us towards the kitchen, we can prepare ourselves with a light supper.
Very well. And she will guide you into the kitchen, show you the cauldron over a pit of embers. It is like a potato stew situation. Pretty hearty, simple food.
Sounds delicious.
All right, I will see you in the morning, and then we could discuss more about why your employer has set another group of people to my doors.
Indeed. I'm sure we will discuss that further. Have a lovely evening, Marta. Miss Marta? Miss...
Marta Karlstrom.
Carlstrom.
Marta
So
Carlstrom.
Miss,
Carlstrom.
Mrs.
Mrs.?
It is Mrs. Unfortunately, the husband did part ways several years ago.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's all right. It's was just his time.
Ominous.
Well, we won't keep you any later. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality, and we appreciate your grace in the face of unexpected guests.
Very well. I bid you a good eve.
That's spooky.
And
Is
she
it
will
That her husband passed away.
turn
like,
around.
It was his time. But it's like...
And she said it as like he departed.
Yeah, it's like...
He
went-
parted ways.
Oh, we parted ways,
yeah.
right?
I'm like,
He's like, okay.
You got divorced?
It's like, he found a younger lady whose name is like a regular name.
Departed. It was departed.
Okay.
Departed.
Departed. Okay. Well, So now that she's gone, we can speak openly and
In her house.
As it echoes. Oh, no, it's fine.
Somewhat quiet.
Yeah, we're secretive.
I speak in hushed tones.
Okay. You speak in hushed
I mean,
tones.
I'm not like talking about anything. Like, I'm just like,
yeah.
I'm gonna talk about the Vaesen.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you said that people don't like it when you talk about them, so.
Yeah,
So,
that is
like,
true.
If this thing appears at night, like, what I'm concerned about is that it's gonna show up, like, tonight, and we're not gonna be. I'm just wondering if we need to have anything prepared, or like if we want to do anything besides just have a delicious potato stew and go to bed, which is really what my heart is telling me, but I just thought I'd check in with the team.
Yeah. Given the stateliness of this house, it seems sort of like a keep of itself, like a fort.
You think it's well reinforced enough to keep us safe?
The knocking of the walls, did it inspire confidence in my architecture heart that this is a sturdily built house?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it did.
Yeah. This seems, because this is one of the two properties. I don't know if they were planning to buy the house or just the land surrounding the house with the trees on it, but I imagine this is one of the oldest houses in town, given its size and age of construction. But I would feel comfortable, but if you want me to do a once around outside, I can.
Well, I believe that we would see evidence of some sort of break-in. If some creature broke into the house and scared off the Nils the way it did.
That's true.
I'm thinking it was more that they were outside at nighttime, maybe,
And encountered the creature,
Yes.
so we just don't go out.
and we enjoy a hearty root
Potatoes.
stew.
Aw, yeah, that's what I was hoping you would say. Great, it's 2 o'clock, baby. Okay. And so tomorrow, we will look at the storage supplies, everything that was stored of their previous possessions,
Yeah.
see what we can figure out from that,
Question some yokels.
question some yokels, find some old people and ask about local legends, etc., etc. I think those are 2 good starting points.
Yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
Oh, shoot.
And as you all turn in for the evening, we are going to go on a short break. So we will be back in 5 minutes, everyone.
Yay! Too.
Whoa! I'm my
Alright.
indigestion is pure.
Your confession is so effective.
We're having a little chat about
Abilities.
abilities.
Talents. Actually, I
Talents.
guess what they're called.
So it is now morning because you slept through the night.
Who took the child bed? Just out of curiosity. I'm sleeping on the floor.
Are you sure you are? I would feel bad that the elder is sleeping on the floor.
Whoa. Okay. I'll take the bed just for that. You can sleep on the floor.
As I intended.
I'll take the child's bed.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Elsa. Great. So yeah, we wake up. Sorry, I just wanted to establish if this was like a fanfic, 1-bed hotel situation.
No,
No, it is definitely not.
that would be improper.
We are
Highly
adults.
improper. We're
This alone
colleagues.
is probably improper.
Yeah, it's pushing it.
Elsa probably is a little uncomfortable with
we
the
left
sleeping
We left
situation.
the room while you changed and like et cetera, face the other way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess that probably would be a consideration at this time.
Maybe we can like set up a little screen or like hang up a sheet for your privacy. Anyway, we'll think about it later.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Is that like at some point, but while you were eating, Marta placed a screen in the middle of the room, so when you returned back to bed, there was a divider.
Very considerate hostess. I feel like she just like looked when she showed us the room. She looked at you and you just had this look of like panic on your
It's like,
face. And
get
she's
me a
like,
Yeah.
We gotta get back on
I
the
misspoke
divider.
a little when she first greeted you because she refers to you as investigators,
And she doesn't know.
and she does not know why you're
Oh,
here.
okay.
Oh, okay.
So she just assumes that you're more of the employees of August's
Yeah, with the priest.
here to
Right.
try to purchase their land. And
Send the
since
priest this
she
time.
has already been paid for arrangements,
Yeah.
She's like, sure.
she's like, yeah, okay. So in the morning, how early are we all getting up?
Elsa gets up early,
Yeah, you're a servant. You're used to
like crack of dawn.
Yeah.
Up
I
and
think I
about.
also tend to be an early riser.
I sleep in a little bit after them, but I wake up at like 7:30.
Oh my gosh, sleeping in 7:30.
And at 7:30, I feel like we're like it's time to wake up.
You're like, shove.
I like rattle my belongings a little bit loudly.
Oh, what are these floorboards? Are they oak?
Oh my! Are you talking in your sleep?
Yeah, I'm talking. I'm rolling over. I'm like bear scratching on the floor.
So Marta is also a very early raiser. She has lots of house chores to do. That she
have any
promptly starts. Yeah, she has a fairly large size house to take care of, and a whole outdoor space to do stuff, and things take a real long time.
Yeah.
She's got to start the wash.
She's an empty nester.
She's got to go beat some rugs because it's springtime, so it's all the spring cleaning activities. Of like beating the rugs, sweeping everything out, getting rid of all the stuff, putting things in storage.
Waxing
Yeah.
floors? Yeah. Cool.
Yep. So you probably awake to her making a bit of a commotion in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, and going about her day. But she does greet you. And we can pick it up from there. So good morning. I see you've all slept well.
Very comfortable.
Yes, I appreciate the screen. Thank you.
Of course. It's important that we keep up our modesty, even when traveling. I guess that begs the question of why Mr. August has sent you all here following the disappearance of the others. Were they complete with their part of the deal?
We were hoping you could tell us. We know that you are one of the people they intended to speak to.
And we did speak. They spent most of their week here trying to persuade myself as well as several other members of our community to sell our properties to Mr. August. No deals had been made until they just disappeared one day. They left all of their belongings, and I assumed that you all knew where they went. Did they not return?
That's what we're trying to understand. Do you feel were no deals made because, and we're not here for the same reasons that they were. We're here for different reasons.
And what reasons are those?
Mr. Von Meyer's interests. Mr. Von Meyer's interests, but not the same reasons. Different reasons, different interests.
I whispered to Elsa, should we just tell them that they're missing? Because I feel like it's going to come up anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how secretive we have to be.
I whisper to Oscar, I say, well, if we're trying to figure out, they're going to, I feel this is going to come up that.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
what company you normally keep, but whispering in groups is in poor form.
I'm sorry, Marta. We have come because there seems to be a confusion around where one of our employees went to. And we were trying to find his location to see if anybody in town had seen him recently.
Oh, my dear, I didn't realize that he'd gone missing. I just assumed he returned back home. Well, of course I'll help with you. I can't imagine what, you all are going through, having lost a coworker, of course.
We used to work next to each other.
Oh, very nice.
Lying is a sin.
Do you happen to remember the last time you saw them before their strange exit from your home?
Well, it was almost a week ago now. I was keeping them here in the spare room that you're staying in now. We went to bed like any of the other nights that they were here for, and in the morning they were gone, but the stuff was still here.
What was your impression of them as people?
Well, if I'm at all honest, I thought them a little misguided in their approach.
In terms of trying to persuade.
Well, I told them many times that it's not really me they need to persuade, but rather Dorothy.
Oh, Dorothy Skit.
Oh, you're familiar with the name?
Yes.
Yes, Dorothy is, she is the, belle of the ball, so to speak, when it comes to our quaint little community here, and, really, were she to sell, then I think most of us would follow suit. Those within the eye of Mr. August, at least. Anybody with property worth selling.
And she seemed... Was your impression that their conversations with Dottie weren't going well?
Well, let's just say this. Dorothy is fickle. She often tends to revert back on something she'd agreed upon for a previous day. That isn't to say that she couldn't be trusted, just that putting your trust in her could often lead you high and dry. But nevertheless, she really was the one they should have kept their attention on.
But they didn't.
Instead, they pestered me day in and day out. The one keeping them up.
That must have been trying for you. I'm sorry for their indecency.
Thank you, Father. Your condolences are appreciated.
Not to worry. I hope we will not be similarly an imposition. If you wouldn't mind, as a matter of fact, if you share with us where you place their possessions for storage, we'll go and have a look and let you get on with your day.
Absolutely. You can find them in the shed out back. It's unlocked. I was doing some work in there this morning.
Thank you.
Scoot
Just by the by, and how long have you and your family been in this area?
My whole life. And before me, my mother's. And before her mother's.
I see a long time has been spent in this spot.
The Karlstroms were one of the original families that, settled here in Farnstra.
Is the sawmill yours?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Yes, it is.
okay. Because their house is the place.
Yeah.
Okay. Very well.
Yes, the sawmill is mine, which is, I assume, why Mr. August was interested in my particular property.
I imagine that was the case, yes. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely. And if you do need any assistance touring the village or finding your way around, please do come see me. I wouldn't mind pointing you in the right direction.
Speaking of pointing us in the right direction, before we let you go, would you mind letting us know which house is the Skit home?
Ah, yes. So she's going to exit her front door and just kind of like point a direction.
They're like,
Yes, you'll see the Skit family home is right down there.
Excellent, thank you. That is truly the last thing for right now.
All right.
As long as you guys are okay.
Oh,
with
yeah,
that,
yeah.
You didn't have any follow-up questions. Okay. Shed time?
Shed
Good
time.
All
Shed
right.
time.
On our way out to the shed, did you find it odd that she talked about her heritage on her mother's side only? Said her mother and her mother before her and her mother before her.
Maybe this is a
And maybe I'm just a little traditional, but it just seems odd to recount the lineage of one's mother and not one's father.
especially if this is the Karlstrom. So did they just take the woman's name?
Most peculiar. And her husband, absent as well.
Departed,
Departed.
But- undetermined what that means.
We should check the cemetery for Karlstrom headstones.
That's an excellent point.
I'm a cemetery guy. I love them. That's Oscar. Oscar's like, cemetery o'clock, baby. I want to check out their church just to see like what they're up to. You
Yeah.
know, like how are they swinging their sensors these days back in the rural spots? Like, do they have any new techniques? That kind of stuff.
Just above the head.
Yeah, they're like doing like poi, like. Yeah, wow, crazy patterns. That is not sanctioned by the church, but that is so cool. I'm not going to say anything about it. Yeah, this is our local kind of like paganized Christianity. Is we get two sensors and we swing them and do dope tricks. Okay, sorry.
Sorry,
let's
the
look at
shed.
Yeah. So you indeed do find the shed out back. It is indeed unlocked, and indeed, I just really wanted to say it a third time. You do find some bags that appear to be packed with men's clothing, journals, personal effects, etc.
Journals. Seems useful.
Yeah. I'll peruse a journal.
Yeah.
All right.
Find from the back forward.
Yeah, like the couple
From the
most
back
recent
forward.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything particular that you are looking for?
Just anything out of the ordinary? Anything spooky?
Yeah.
Going in.
Oh,
Go. Going into the woods. I meant because they probably would have scouted out like the most fertile area or try to find who among the two has the most.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm curious about why they would have been out around town at night. Like what they were doing, if there was some objective that they were trying to seek, or maybe they were just seeing the sights. Seems a little weird though, you know.
All right. So the journal is relatively unfruitful. It appears that Hammerstrom and Lindskold, neither one of them were particularly thoughtful in their accounting, nor had too many thoughts and feelings to share with the written form.
Men, shocking. Oh.
However, you do find in Hammerstrom's bag that you can assume to be his bag, a letter from August von Meyer.
Okay.
Do you need me to read it?
Yes, my child. Luca, why don't you take this one?
Okay. I'm writing this in response to your should I do the August voice out? August out? I'm writing this in response to your previous letter regarding the development of Fernsta. In addition to purchasing its fertile forest, the discovery of an iron deposit has made securing Fernsta a top priority. It is my understanding that most of it is located under the village church, which will have to be demolished. But I shall naturally finance the construction of a new one. With the majority of the landowners on my side, this will not be a problem. Offer them whatever it takes. This deal must go through, for the most valuable ore is at stake.
Fascinating. Much comes to light. Looks like we'll be needing to make a stop at the church regardless.
True.
I'm curious though.
He's still
It's
talking
sticking.
about August.
True.
Sorry, hold on, Luca. I give you a couple of hard slaps on the back.
Thank you. Once you get in a voice, it's hard.
Yeah. He alludes in this letter to most of the landowners being on his side, but it doesn't necessarily feel like that was the case based on our conversations with Marta.
If these are... I don't know if it's just that these two were the holdouts, but then again, Marta said, like, oh, if Doherty goes, everybody else goes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe he was just trying to, like, manifest the victory.
Or maybe they were lying to their boss about how well it was going.
That is also possible.
They're like, yeah, everybody's really excited. We're doing a great job.
But then again, how would he have known about the iron ore unless they, like, were digging in the basement? Or they learned from somebody?
Yeah, how did... He said the discovery of an iron deposit underneath the church. What were they doing in the church basement?
It could be that, like, they were digging in the cemetery and the father's like, oh, I found this weird brown rock or this weird gray rock.
That's true. Looks like we'll need to talk to the man of God in this place. Hey, my
Mano a
brother in
mano.
Christ, literally.
You do a cool handshake.
Yeah. It's like involves like something with a stigmata. Okay. Anything else interesting in their gear? Probably not.
Pretty mundane. It's really just their clothing and personal effects. They weren't planning on doing any extensive, like, physical labor while here. They're not investigators or adventurers of any sort, so clothes and
Just regular guys.
books.
I guess we'll take
Kind of.
Nils's things with us.
So that we can get them back.
Yeah.
That's a good call. Does it appear from these objects that they were sent with money or something else valuable to complete these purchases, or were they more like negotiating with money to come later?
They were negotiating with money to come later. Contracts would be signed, the bank would be called in.
I see.
Oh, so good luck getting Doherty Skit to sign a contract. Sounds like she's a flighty one.
I don't know. I'd rather get it paid in gold ingots rather than silver coins.
All right, so next up, should we head to the skits or to the church?
I would think the skit first.
The skits is on the way to the church.
That's true, en route, so.
To the skits.
To the skits! To the house that was pointed
To
out to us
the
earlier.
skits.
It's like
Yes.
next door.
Is it really next door?
Yeah. No.
No, it's a
There's
little ways
three.
down the road. There
There's
are
like-
like 3 little hovels in between.
There's 3 little hovels.
Three outhouses in
Maybe
between.
they're regular houses. 3 like normal houses. Regular. I mean, if 7 is like a big nice house, then 5 must be a big nice house because they're about the same size.
Yeah.
All right. The Skit family home is a red wooden house with 2 stories and an inclined roof, handed down over generations and renovated time and time again. It is large and spacious. Behind the house, sorry, there was information that
Secret.
does not come into play when you look at the house.
Okay.
Behind the
I
house,
hate it when they do that.
one can see the vast expanse of a forest. There is a substantial but simple outhouse standing in the yard. And that is the information that is present as you approach.
That we can collect with our eyes.
Yes.
And miscellaneous other senses. All right. Well,
Shall we knock?
I believe that would be the collecting to do.
All at the same time.
No.
Oh, okay.
I know you do. You like knocking on buildings.
I
so
like-
You can have this one.
I knock on the door.
What are your initial impressions?
It's pine, which I guess is standard.
A lot of pine trees in the forest.
Yeah.
All right. So you knock on the door. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock, knock,
Okay.
knock.
So you knock on the door. And shortly after, you do hear some footsteps approaching the door. The door swings open, and a woman greets you. She is in her late 30s with big red hair that is worn down, and she has blue eyes that are described as blue as the water up north.
Wow. Does she look like a bell?
Depending on
categorize her
your
as a bell?
definition of the bell, yeah.
Is she wearing a giant yellow ball gown?
She is not wearing a giant yellow ball gown. She is wearing a green vest
Ooh.
over a white buttoned blouse with ruffles. She has a very nice necklace on. Probably emerald or ruby, or like it's expensive.
Wow.
It's an expensive necklace. And her bustle skirt and all these things that are clothing of the times, that are words that I don't know, but we're gonna run with it. We know what this looks like.
Yeah, you can picture it in your head.
Yeah.
Good day. How can I help you?
We're visiting from the what's the name of what's the name of the company that we're working for? August von Meyer's company.
August von Meyer's wood logging company.
We're from that company. We're from the logging company.
Of course you are.
Are you Doherty?
Yes, Dorothy at your service. Dorothy Sky.
Pleasure, Father Zelsky. Shake her hand.
I guess the pleasure is mine as well.
I'm Lucas Zalaznik.
Lucas, good to meet you.
And I'm Elsa Beck.
Ah, Elsa, good name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, whatever can I help you all with this evening? Eve day?
Eve Day? Are they straight
I
out
keep
here?
losing track of what time it is. I've been working on my needlepoint all day, all morning, I think.
Oh.
Lost track of time. It is still daylight out.
We were wondering if we could speak to you about our colleagues.
And those colleagues being Mr. Lindstrom and
Hammerstrom?
Hammerstrom and... What were their names again?
Lindisgold.
Lindisgold?
We just call him
The
Niels and
Misters
Gottfried.
Hammerstrom and Lindisgold.
I call him Gotti for short.
Wow, that is super blasphemous.
Gotti?
Oh, Gotti.
Yeah.
Well,
G-O-T-T-I.
Oh,
I can tell you what I know, but, well, what is it that you'd like to know about them?
Well, last we heard, you were discussing with them about the potential sale of your property, and unfortunately, they've vanished without a trace, or one of them has. We don't know where one of them is. So we're trying to retrace his footsteps.
Yeah, yes, I did meet with them several times. And I did invite them in my home, and we had a lot of conversations about money and purchases and contracts. But I really didn't think their deals were fair.
Oh, why's that?
It seemed that Mr. August seems like he didn't give them the appropriate leverage for, well, this beautiful set of land that I own. It really was such a lowball. I don't know what the Times word for that would be.
A paltry sum.
A paltry sum.
Paltry sum. So the three of you were unable to come to an agreement before their absence?
Yeah, that's one word for it.
That's kind of all the questions I have.
What can you tell us about? We know this town has a long history. I was wondering if you could tell us about how it started, how long you've been here, your family.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I know much about the long history of the town, but my family has been here for several generations. Originally, we did immigrate here. Found this region to be to our liking, according to the annals of our family accounts, and the rest is history.
And we hear such great news about your forest, how the trees grow so quickly and they're lush and beautiful. And looking at some of the buildings in town, I can definitely see that you not only are they fast growing, but they're very pretty.
That's true, Luca.
Yeah.
Is
I
an
chalk it up to
architect.
being so far away from the cities. All that pollution.
True.
So the pollution would make the trees grow more poorly. Industrialization versus nature.
Capitalism.
What was that you were talking about?
Sorry, I was musing
Capital
on the
letters?
intersection. Huh?
Capital letters? Are you literate, my dear
Oh.
father?
I certainly am, my child.
Ah,
Do
very
you
well.
have reading done?
Oh, I do not read.
Oh, it's a pity. It so enlightens the mind and draws the soul closer to the Word of God. I have no doubt that your chaplain sees to your needs, though, spiritual needs. Speaking of which, could you tell us a little bit more about the church in town? I've noticed it's the only building made of stone.
Well, that's because it's the only one and it's a church.
You just repeated what I said.
Well, I don't know what more there is to add to that, Father.
Well, I was wondering if you could tell me a
it's,
little bit about the history of the church.
Community meeting center. We all go there multiple times a week and
Listen to sermons.
listen to our priest talk.
Indeed. So, the regular church stuff.
Regular
Standard.
church stuff.
Standard.
Yes. Pretty standard. I don't know what else you're
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
getting
do
at
you,
there,
like,
Father.
Before I meet your father, spiritually, your spiritual father, could you tell me anything about them? What's his name? What does he like, dislike?
His name is Inver. I'm really gonna butcher this so bad. I apologize so much. Ingvar Nistrom.
Ingmar?
Ingvar
Ingvar.
Nistrom.
Okay.
N-Y? Is it N-Y-S-T-R-O-M?
Nystr. O with the umlaut M.
Yeah.
Nystrom.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Ingvar
Ingvar
Nystrom.
Nistrom.
Father Nystrom.
Nystrom.
They're nice, Strom.
Strom, probably, but...
I mean, he's a priest. He's quite old. He's been with us from before I was born.
In terms
He's
of
nice, if
Oh,
that
I'm
is
glad-
what you're getting at.
I'm glad to hear.
what do you think would be a reasonable offer for your plot of land? And what were they offering?
Well, I think that is a conversation between myself and the those who are speaking on behalf of Mr. August's accounts?
That would be us.
Okay, so this is going to be the first like official check.
I made a medicine check.
You did make a
that's
medicine
true.
check.
First, second check.
So this will be the first like in adventure check, and these will be
Yours didn't
It just didn't count.
opposed.
Oh, an opposed.
This will be an opposed check. So I think it's a manipulation check is what we use here.
Because you're lying.
Yeah, because you were trying to manipulate, and then I think they do that against their
Oh no, she's really charismatic.
vigilance.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
manipulation against observation. That's what it is.
okay.
So
She's very observant.
I don't know.
We're going to find out.
Is she rolling?
she is.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty
Holy
good.
moly.
I got 2 6s.
All right, and her observation. Observation is an empathy-based skill.
Yes.
So she's gonna roll with 4.
Sounded a
All
lot
right.
more than 4.
So she is not gonna have any successes.
Yes.
Whoa.
So that gives you an extra success, which I don't think has any meaning in this particular situation other than,
She really trusts us.
yeah, it really does push the trust level further.
We're operating on behalf of Mr. August, where it seems that these other two failed to see the subtleties in this situation.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then I can show you some of the figures that they drafted me up. Just come back here into my living room, and I will go fetch that for you.
Great, thank you.
Much appreciated.
So she motions you into her living room. You can sit down. She leaves. You hear her opening some drawers, shuffling through papers. She comes back, sets some down on the coffee table.
Mhm.
Well, right there is the last offer they gave me. And if I had to say, I would have tripled that number. That's what the plot of land is worth to me.
And how many acres is this?
It is a large sum of acres. The last time I had it assessed, it was like 400 something.
That is
A lot of
quite,
acres.
quite the size.
That's like the forest. I wonder if the reason. I wonder if maybe the Karlstroms don't actually own that much of the forest. They just have the sawmill, and then the Skits own the majority of the forest, and that's why they're the two most well-established and wealthiest families in town.
Yeah.
Because they have the wood, process the wood. That would be my guess. I guess we could just ask. I don't really have to draw conclusions about that.
Yeah, ask her.
Yes, is there something that you'd like to ask me? You seem to be on the edge of your seat, Father.
Oh, I was just looking at the figures. This seems like it would, the acreage you described would cover the majority of the woods, and I was curious what your sort of relationship with the Karlstroms family is, as they own the sawmill, but you appear to own the majority of the woods.
Ah.
Do you have a business arrangement? Out of curiosity, spiritual curiosity.
We we do have a business arrangement, and I do let her log my land for a certain sum. She has been trying to push that sum down in recent years. I guess that has been one of the blessings of having Mr. August sending people out to buy the property. It reinvigorates the value.
True. So have the two of you been revising your arrangements recently?
Not to my knowledge,
Hmm.
although she has other plans.
I see. What other plans might those be?
Well, I think she's trying to undersell me.
Oh. To Mr. August?
For her own benefit.
If she's able to sell the sawmill, and now Doherty just has trees that she can't mill.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. Did you guys have any other questions? Sorry, that's kind of everything I had.
In terms of this village, is it a matriarchal sort of setup?
Not to my knowledge, but if you ask people around town who the most powerful people around here are, you'd probably be myself and Miss Martha.
That was my inclination. You are such upstanding, fine women.
Why, thank you.
Are you flirting?
She's younger than me, so I don't know how I feel. I'm just trying to be a kind businessman.
You are the picture of decorum.
But yeah, I think we'll try to discuss how we can move some of these numbers around. And I think we'll be taking a short trip to the church just to get a lay of the land. But
While you're there, tell Ingvar, Father Nystrom would probably be what I would refer to him as. Tell Father Nystrom I said hello.
Naturally. Before we go, one last question. You said that you felt the value of the land was triple the figure that has been listed here, correct?
Correct.
What are you basing that value off of?
Well, I'm basing it off of the value that it has gotten propositions for over the years, as
Other
well
people
as the
have
value
offered.
that I receive from Martha.
I see. Have other people offered to buy the property? Is that those propositions that you're referring to?
Oh, over the years, people have always tried to purchase my family's property. And just like my father did before me, I've turned them down.
Fascinating. Well, thank you so much for your time. Dottie?
Dorothy.
Anytime.
Doherty.
Much appreciated. We'll pass your message on to the father. The good father.
You have a pleasant day. Let me know if you have any other questions that cross your minds.
You as well. Good luck with the needlework.
Always. And she escorts you out her front door.
Scoot over to the church.
Scoot on over to the
Walking
church.
down.
I guess
Walking
we
down.
don't need directions to that because it's like
No,
It's
it's
right
really
there.
look
Yeah.
with your eyes. Do we want to go? Did we want to check the graveyard for Karlstrom and potentially Skit family gravestones to learn more about their history, or did we want to go in and maybe talk to the father and see if we can get in the basement?
I think to get into the cemetery, we'd have to go through the church because
Oh.
I don't see a gate on the outside, but there's a door from the church.
And the father might be able to give us information about the family
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
lineage and who's buried there. He would know.
true. Yeah.
He should know.
I'm still so curious how they discovered this ore deposit.
Yeah. Could be a mausoleum that they were trying to build.
Yeah.
All right. The old stone church is impossible to miss. It is an imposing square tower and facade of gray stone. And while every other building is made of wood, the church is not made of stone. And it is located on the outskirts of the village. It does have a graveyard in the back that faces the great, dark, and mysterious forest.
Ooh.
Boom, boom, boom.
You do see that the fence around the cemetery is a old stone fence that's maybe only hip height.
Okay.
And there are regular breaks in the fence where people could leave the cemetery.
So we could go in if we wanted.
Enter and exit.
Yeah.
Only enter. No, 2 men enter. 1 man leave. I still think going inside and talking to the father first is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
All right.
Luca, would you like to?
I feel greedy taking up. I offer it
Oh, it
to.
brings you such joy.
No, please.
I guess there's a big knocker. There's like a big ring knocker on the door, and I go boom, boom. Sonorous.
Indeed. Well, you would know about how it's built to resonate.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's all for the glory of God.
So true, bestie.
So true, bestie. So as the knocker hits the wood of the door, you hear it echoing into the church behind. And you wait like a good moment. It's a church. And you've already been told that Father Nystrom is quite old. But eventually you do hear some shuffling on the other side of the door before it creaks open outward towards you. And you are greeted by a short, thin man with hair that barely covers his increasingly bald dome, with a small mustache leading up from a pointy nose on which a pair of round spectacles are perched. Why, hello. You are not from around here, and what brings you to our doorstep?
Traveling.
Father, a pleasure.
Ah,
Clasped his
a
hand warmly
fellow
and
man of the cloth, I
did
see.
not notice me.
You're standing in the back.
I
No, that's fine.
apologize. These old eyes are not what they used to be.
Not to worry. You'd be surprised how often it happens. May we enter?
Of course, the church's doors are always open to those who seek it. Come on in.
Thank you. By the way, Dorothy says hello. She sends
Oh, Dorothy, I do love her so dearly. She is quite a lovely person. So you have been around already?
Yes, we're staying with Marta, and we dropped in to visit Dorothy because we are here following up on the previous presence of Mr. Von Meyer's associates.
Ah, yes, you speak of Hammerstrom and Lindskold.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely so. So you had a chance to meet with them.
Well, they spoke with me several times. Yes.
Interesting. On what topic?
Something about wanting to check out the cellar. I told them that was an odd request, but obliged nonetheless.
Always interesting because this is the only stone building, so some of these older stone buildings have unique foundations.
That's true. Our friend here is somewhat
An
passionate on the
architect, you say?
Mm-hmm. From the big city of Ljubljana.
If you had to guess, how old do you think this structure is?
Is this gonna be a check of some sort, or can I ballpark how old?
You can
this church-
ballpark.
Well, given that, is this what style of architecture? Is this a Gothic church? Is this a?
Oh, look what you've gotten yourself into.
It's probably not Gothic. 'Cause
It's
I
a
imagine they
church.
don't have flying buttresses. This is a pretty simple church, so this is like from the Middle Ages. So
Probably, yes.
I'm guessing this is at least 500 years old.
Oh, wow. You've got some old bones. And he pats the stone walls. Ah, thank you for humoring me. Well, where were we?
The cellar.
Yes, they asked to see the cellar. An odd request, but I obliged nonetheless, and I did not follow them down, but they were there for some time.
You said you spoke with them several times. Were the other times also about the cellar, or Did they have other requests for you?
At one point, they did make a proposal to buy the church, but I, being a man of God,
Naturally.
said that was unacceptable.
Of
The
course,
church
as
would
I would
never sell.
Absolutely.
It is of too much importance to this community, and for the souls contained within it.
A good priest. Good at your job, clearly.
Thank you, Father.
As
And
you
what
were, Father.
church are you from?
Oh, I'm from the congregation of the Second Church of Uppsala.
Ah, I have heard of Uppsala.
Is Uppsala the country or the city?
I think
It's the
city.
city.
The city, okay.
I am happy I was not placed in the city. I can say that the temperament of the forest is more to my liking.
Indeed, it is beautiful out here. The city is rich with sin. And those who live astray. There is much work to be done for a man of God such as myself. Some
And
days it all feels as if the devil will win. But out here I can see how you feel peace and connection with his great work.
I commend you for your valiant efforts, Father.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Also the
Yes.
cellar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the cellar.
To be honest, being an architectural nut, hearing letters about the foundation really made me want to see it for myself.
Okay. If
feel
you
free.
insist, just let me go get the key, and you can be on your way. And he's going to hobble on over down the rows of pews towards the front of the church, where you see him dip away around a corner. He slowly comes back, and he's holding out a key to you all. This should unlock the door. Make sure to lock up when you are complete.
Of course. I assume you take the key.
Yeah, I take the key and I make the way to the stairwell down.
You two go ahead. I would like to talk to Father Nystrom very quickly.
Of course.
You got it.
My child. Don't go shopping around on me.
So no.
Great, yeah, let's go to the basement.
Who do you want? Who's?
All right, let's start with the conversation since we already got Father Nystrom's voice out.
Alright.
We've unpacked that one from the shelf, dusted it off.
Yes, my dears,
Father.
there's something you'd like to confess.
Oh no, I the Father
Celsky.
Zelsky, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I am from his congregation, so I have a traveling pastor in this case, or
Very lucky
pastor,
you are.
priest.
I know the difference. You can confess left and right.
Right.
It's like brushing your teeth.
As long as you acknowledge that you have sinned.
But I was actually wondering, it's according to Doherty, you've lived here for a long time, and I was wondering if you knew any of the local folk tales about any mysterious things in the woods. It is a maybe a little bit of a morbid fascination of mine.
What kinds of things are you talking about, my dear?
Just if there are any, I am what one would say a connoisseur of local folk tales, and I was wondering if there are any particular ones that stick out to you for this area. I've never been this far north.
I don't particularly partake in those sorts of tales myself. I usually keep my musings to the good book, you see.
Of course.
I mean, a lot of the Vaesen stuff is like considered pagan or like unholy, right?
Right.
So like he might not be.
Figured he was here for longer than Doherty
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
We may be able to find another old person.
Yeah. So I figured it was worth a poke.
Yeah, definitely. You could ask him who the other old people in town are.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's
Ed-
one thing old people like is
right.
hanging out with other old people.
Would you happen to know anyone in town who might have those sort of fanciful stories?
None that have been shared with me, I'm afraid.
Okay. Guess I'll just sit there.
I step it out.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
you
thank you for your ear, Father. If you don't mind, I will take a moment to pray.
Nice.
All right. Well, very well, my child. I will leave you to your prayer. And he will hobble off.
Are you gonna pray, or is this like a?
I'm not actually gonna
Okay, gotcha.
pray.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah,
like
give me a prayer right now.
Elsa might actually pray, but I personally
Okay.
am not going to recite a prayer.
Gotcha.
It's a silent in your head prayer.
Yeah, sort of a personal communion with God. Is that what it's called when you talk to?
I know.
Sure.
Personal something.
Connection.
Communion is when
Communion-
you eat the wafer.
But communion is also the act of communion is the wafers thing. But the communion can also be like how you to commune with somebody,
Yeah.
to
Right,
communicate
okay, yeah,
with somebody.
obviously. All right, so you're communing, and we're in the
All
basement.
right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
pulled a candelabra off of the wall.
So you make your way down into the cellar. It's not a particularly large cellar. It's mostly just storerooms underneath the church. It does not take up the entire floor plan of the church.
Shit.
But give me an investigation check. Or test. They're referred to tests. Investigation tests.
I get to
if
roll 7.
2, 4. Okay, I get to roll 6. But then I also have my writing utensils and paper says it lets me write down notes from investigation and gives me a +1 bonus. Is that how that works?
Write down. Sorry, could you explain that?
Like when I looked at the equipment, it said writing utensils and papers like lets you write down notes from investigation, and then in the bonus column it said +1. Does that mean I get to do something like that here?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer, so let's just say yes for today.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Or I mean, we could just use it like narratively that I like write down the notes and have them to refer back to later.
Yeah.
Whatever you prefer.
Ooh. I do know that there is something called a learning check, which you will be making shortly, for reasons, and that sounds like it would be helpful for a learning check.
Okay, let's hold off for now then. I'll just do my regular number then. No successes.
I got 1 success.
1 success. Okay.
Oh wait, actually, is the feather a 6 or a 1?
The feather is a 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
haha,
On
1
your
success.
dice.
Yay. Wow, it really looks like a 1. Right?
Yes.
Doesn't that look like a 1?
It does.
They're just special dice from some
Huh.
game that I bought.
I mean, they're beautiful. But it's just confusing for me because I have a fish brain.
All right. So with both of you finding a success, it's not particularly difficult to spot, but you do see in the back corner of the cellar, there is an area that somebody has taken some sort of tool and chipped away at the stone. When you do so, it does reveal that there are some iron deposits underneath the church, as already indicated. It does also reveal that there are some pockets of air or potentially natural caverns. It's a very small area that's been chipped away, but you do open up a little area where you can see that there's a pocket beneath the church in the soil.
This does not bode well. A covered cavern.
Very strange. That was like walled up by the church basement?
It seems more like the cavern. So as you like peer inside and you maybe take a torch and you look inside, it is a pretty small space.
Oh, okay.
So it's not like a standing space.
Okay.
You can see that it twists a little further beyond your sight of view. But like it seems that where the wall is kind of where that cavern closes up. Like it might be like a dead end.
Okay.
That like it doesn't seem intentionally like bricked up.
Okay. So while digging through the iron deposit, they like broke into this little pockety cavern. Is it large enough for a person to go into, even if it's not standing, or like?
No.
No. Okay.
The hole itself is not. The like pocket system is potentially well, I don't want to call it a cavern system. Based on what you can see, it doesn't seem to be a cavern system, but it is a pocket underneath where there is iron deposits.
Okay.
Got
Cool. Got it. Well, so they were right. I'm curious why they thought to dig down here. Or...
Beats me.
Yeah. Maybe something indicated to them that there was iron here. Like,
It was like, oh, the floor is always rusty.
yeah, or like rust in the runoff or something. Rust stains maybe in
Yeah.
the graves or something. Anyway. Well, so they were definitely right.
Is when you say they're like stores, like what is being stored down here?
Church stuff.
Church stuff. Okay, candles.
Nothing's like in your investigation. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Yeah,
Okay.
candles,
No,
sensors,
and they don't brew here, so there's not like
clothing,
any wine or beer. barrels.
Bibles.
Bibles in the basement of all
Stacks
places.
of them, backup Bibles.
Okay.
Is the floor clean or dusty?
It's pretty dusty down here.
Are there footprints?
Yeah.
I mean, there's some, but it doesn't have like it's not like a high traffic area.
Yeah.
Are they all human footprints?
From what you can tell, yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, that's all I really. Other than that, is it a nice basement?
It's a pretty standard cellar
Rural
in
church
the
basement. Okay.
1900s.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Or, sorry, 1800s.
I feel like we've just kind of confirmed a lot of stuff we already know
Yeah.
without necessarily making any progress on the creature. So maybe the thing to prioritize over the graveyard is going and finding somebody who knows about local legends and can maybe share that with us.
That would seem prudent.
Are we thinking like it is tonight tentatively the night that we go out and try? Are we like luring this thing? Are we
It's like 10 o'clock now. If we find somebody
Yeah.
to chat, yeah, in the morning. If we chat with somebody, I'm guessing there'd be like, how old people like to hang out at the general store.
Yeah.
Maybe we find them, we chit chat, and then plan for something tonight if we find out anything.
Yeah, like as long as we don't find out something hugely disruptive. I mean, we could always ask like Marta, who the oldest person in town is, or who might be likely to know local legends. She
Yeah.
did say we could ask her questions if we wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
And then potential other option is always like go into the woods and look around.
True.
Yeah.
Because if there's, well, I don't know. Would we know, like, if there's a Vaesen around, would you see other effects of it? Like,
It's very variable.
Yeah, I guess it really
Certain
depends.
Vaesen have pretty impactful active behaviors. Others are very, very elusive.
Since we've been here, has the sawmill been going? Like, has there been activity at the sawmill? Okay.
Oh, yeah. It is a work day at the sawmill.
It's a Tuesday. Well, wait. We left on a Monday from...
Yeah, it's a Tuesday.
Well, no, it'd be like a Friday because it took us 2 days from Uppsala
yeah.
to Harnasa and then a day
Okay.
stagecoach. So it's like Thursday.
Okay. So it's Thursday.
Actually, no. It's 3 + 1. It's Friday now. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Beautiful.
Thursday, Friday.
It's Friday. I will write that down. I trust your math more than I trust mine.
Yeah, Chris takes notes. So, all right. So find an old person, local legend.
Find a random old person.
Hey, what can you tell me about your childhood? I also like. Do you think we should ask specifically about like, have you ever seen anything with red eyes or, like,
Maybe a general, like, creatures of the forest.
yeah,
Creatures of the earth.
Has anybody ever been reduced to a gibbering mess
Mm-hmm.
because of a creature? Something like that, like.
Have you come back upstairs?
Yeah,
Am I
we
here?
yeah
Oh,
we
yeah, sorry.
we rejoined you. Sorry, I was gonna
sorry,
say
sorry.
it.
Yeah, I didn't role play it through, but yeah, I guess we're done down here. I assume.
Yeah,
And-
all done. I take a Bible.
Excuse me.
I peruse it and I put it back.
Oh, thank you. If you need the good word, I keep that MF thing on me.
I'm just seeing if they had different dialects in this particular, which version of the Bible they had it.
Ah, well, it's all in Latin.
Oh, that's true. Even King James would have been in Latin, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's not for. I feel like maybe
Maybe it would have been
at
Swedish.
this time it's not yet for the common people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no.
1800s.
No, the
It's like
printing
Victorian
press
era.
exists,
Yeah.
and the printing press they did Bibles, right?
That's from the
But it-
1400s. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I think
Yeah, well, just don't take it. You can't steal from a church. You can't steal a Bible from a church, Luca. That's
I'm not stealing. I'm
100
just.
sin points.
I'm reading.
Okay. Deal. Okay. Shall we exit?
Yes, I do believe that we should be a little cautious about asking about specific events, at least to start.
Yeah.
And if we can get a tale that maybe fits our culprit, we can then maybe prod with more questions.
Yep.
Sounds good. I guess my kind of current line of thinking is this a creature that has always been an issue, or has something recently changed that has antagonized it or unleashed it in some way?
I'm thinking it's being used as a weapon against interlopers. Because
Deliberately.
yeah, because they've been logging for a long time here with no ill effect. Although we don't know if it's attacked the men in the village. But it would seem that somebody drew the ire of either Dorothy or Marta, and they didn't like these two guys, so those two guys were targeted. That's what Luca's thinking.
Yeah, because they certainly... It doesn't seem to me as though simply coming into town and talking to people would be enough to draw the ire of a Vaesen, is my sense.
Surely not, but I don't think I have heard of, and well, you both have more experience than I do in this line of work, but I don't think I have ever heard of someone controlling a Vaesen like that.
Likewise.
No, I don't know.
So, it's unclear. I think what would be very revealing is understanding if it's appeared to target these two men, or if this is something that happens to villagers in general as well. I think will help us understand what the parameters of the situation we're looking at are. So, time to talk to an old person.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
And would you like to ask any of those questions to the father, the priest here?
I would have relayed what the father had said to me when I asked.
Yeah.
And I
I
don't think
so.
I mean, you didn't ask specifically about any monsters.
Right, I don't want to ask specifically about any monsters.
You
That's
asked
how you
him
get-
about tales.
That's how I out myself.
Yeah, that's how you get.
You haven't
Hunted
asked him
down as
about
a
any deaths.
Who's
That's
died
true.
most recently?
Have there been any strange or unusual deaths in town? Maybe that would be okay.
Yeah, that seems safe.
But we also know, well, we know Nils didn't die. Hammerstrom is still up for grabs. Hammerstrom?
Yeah.
Hammerstrom. Yeah, I guess we could ask him about deaths on our way out.
All right.
What do you guys think?
I think we should ask him about who's.
Yes, it's not outing us as.
Yeah. Did we tell him we're looking for missing people?
I don't think we
I don't
did.
think we mentioned, no.
Okay.
No, you've not told. The only person you've told that you are looking for someone missing is Marta.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Let's go.
Dorothy, you told that you were aware of their disappearance, but not that you were here because of it.
Mhm.
Yeah, we said we were here to negotiate in their stead.
Hmm.
Okay, let's go ask the father about deaths on our way out. Would one of you guys like to do that? I don't want to dominate all the airspace.
I'll let the men lead.
So Father Ingvar, Father Nystrom.
Yes, Luca, was it?
Yes, that's me. I was curious. You have quite the considerable graveyard adjacent to this church. I was wondering,
Yes.
any particularly notable either villagers or deaths that have occurred in your time here as priest?
Well, people do pass from time to time. Are you interested in any particular genre of passing?
Any people that were cut down before their time.
Cut down.
Well,
Marta's husband.
there is the occasional sawmill accident, and some people do go by way of disease.
Has there ever been anything that seemed inexplicable?
Not really to my knowledge.
Any animal attacks? Does that ever occur out here? I mean, as a man of the
rarely,
city.
but yes, they do occur.
Oh, the truly.
Wolves and bears do live in the surrounding forests.
God giveth and God taketh away.
What are the demographics of this town? Is it mostly?
They are Swedish people.
I mean age
The last
range.
time you did a census?
I mean age ranges.
They
15 people who live
range
here.
from babe to pretty much my age.
Okay, well, that was a bad question. I'm sorry for taking up your
I
time.
have accepted God's plan with my life. It has been good.
Well, don't go yet.
We still need to
Keel's
talk to you.
over,
Yeah.
yeah. Have there ever... So you mentioned that there have been animal attacks before. Rarely. But
Rarely.
as a man of the city, I have to say this is so foreign and frightening to me. Do they ever come into town? Have there ever been animals or beasts of any kind witnessed in town?
Not really. It's rare that they would even venture near a settlement. Minus the occasional bear wandering in and swiping a pie from a windowsill.
How whimsical. Well, that must be a great comfort to the people of this town.
It has been good to us all.
I think I'm all set.
I wonder, you three seem particularly interested in death and beasts. Why was it that you said you were visiting Farnstra again?
I don't know if we did mention it whenever we came in. We are just traveling through, interested in learning about this town.
As travelers from the city, the unique dangers of the wilderness are particularly fascinating to us. Technically not a lie.
Yeah, I am gonna need. So, deception and persuasion are not distinct in this game. It is all manipulation. So, you're using your social skills to either lie, hold back information, or otherwise manipulate people into acting or believing a certain way. So, I am gonna ask for an opposed roll here.
I just need to stop talking.
With your
Is
manipulation.
there really even a reason we need to keep it secret from him?
Yeah, I guess we don't have to. We can just say that we're with a company.
I was following your lead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right.
I
No, this is fine.
I have-
This is how the game is meant to be played.
I'm sorry, Father, with not being forthcoming. We are here with
Oh, you're talking to the father.
Oh,
not-
yeah.
Not me. Okay.
I'm sorry,
He
Father.
got 3 successes on his observation.
Anyway, yeah, he knows.
Just-
He's like, all right, stay here.
Just for kicks. I got 1 success. But
He gets confessed. So.
yeah, I confessed before I actually lied. But I
The
should-
last time we had outsiders, it was from that horrible August man. Are you also from his company?
Yes.
Yes and no. We were hired independently by him to locate one of the missing men. I don't know if you'd heard, but one of the men who visited these terrible men, as you put it, one of them went missing on the way back to the company.
Oh dear, I had wondered where they had gone. They seemed to be all over the town one day and nothing said the next. I figured they finished their business and moved on.
Yeah, so hence the interest in death and beasts, trying to narrow down the potential possibilities for their disappearance. Has anybody else ever disappeared around here?
I cannot say that there have been any disappearances. This is a small community, and that would raise quite a bit of alarm.
Well, it is a testament to your ability as a shepherd that your flock remains complete.
Nice.
Thank you, Father. I appreciate your kind words.
Yeah, no problem. From one father to another. Just a little off the dome.
If you really think that there is something afoot here, do take some time to traverse the cemetery out back. It might quell some of your fears about untimely deaths here. It is a great account of the history of this town.
A wise suggestion, Father. The stones do keep the records. You mentioned that the age span from babe to those much like yourself. Is there anyone, do you have any peers in town who you would say are a similar age as you, a similar generation? Anyone you grew up with?
There are several still around from my childhood. Gertrude
Gertie.
can be found usually at the town hall, as she has been for the last 40 years.
Classic. Ain't that the way?
The others typically are only found around the holidays.
Oh. All right, Gertrude at town hall.
let's head out.
Thank you so much, Father. Blessings be upon you.
It has been a pleasure, and God bless you all.
I shake his hand again. Clasp it. No,
Clasp.
clasp
The
it.
clasp
Predator
hands.
handshake.
Yeah, exactly. Like, really hearty pat on the back. A lot of eye contact. Trying to absorb like a little bit of his holiness into me because he feels like he's really got it.
Yeah.
Like this guy is just radiating sort of holy presence.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we check out Gertrude or the cemetery first then, do we think?
I think a quick stroll through the cemetery.
Yeah.
On the way out.
Cemetery is right here.
We'll check the names. Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm interested to see the dates and to see, because I have a theory. I have a running theory, and I'm interested to see what is the average age of people's deaths.
You can only be
Oh.
27 before you die.
We have an old man right here.
It's certain people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. all right.
Give me an investigation,
Okay.
and you can all make this check.
Okay,
Nice.
please.
Yay!
I had no successes.
I had one success, the feather again. Oh, they're all feathers. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I got 4 successes.
Lord.
Wow.
All right.
Whoa. You were so good at looking.
I pulled out my binoculars and everything.
Getting up
So-
real close with those binoculars.
With 4 successes, which is such a wild concept. So with 4 successes, you head out to the cemetery and you start perusing the gravestones, walking the paths, and there's a couple pieces of information that I am going to give you from that. So you will find that it does appear that somebody has tried to sweep the gravel path. And as you investigate this further, you notice that there are indeed tracks, resembling something of a large feline, almost twice the size of a man's foot, leading away from the church.
Away from the church. Like coming out of the church. Okay. Okay.
And going into the cemetery.
Near its border, you will see a large flock of crows in the branches overhead.
Oh no.
And you smell something rotten in the air.
It's Godfried. Well, let's go look. Somebody tried to sweep the prince away, though.
Yeah.
But didn't get rid of the body?
Maybe they didn't know where it was. They just thought, like, oh, big cat. And they're like, oh, well, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's follow the tracks and the smell
Follow our nose.
and
Yeah.
the crows.
Yes. So there we are going to take a short break
Great.
before we find out
Big cat, big
what
cat.
is going on with the smell and these crows. So we will be back in 5 minutes. I will throw on our little BRB sequence, and we will see you shortly.
Woo.
All right, so you are approaching this body that you can see as you
Oh, we
get
can
closer.
see it now. Great.
Good.
It is very much a corpse of a man in his early 30s, twisted and lying on the ground. Would you give me a medicine or learning test?
Elsa is not going to approach the body. She's going to have like a handkerchief over her face, and she's
Look
going
away.
to stay back and afar. Whether or not that lets me make a medicine roll or not,
If you do not approach
Okay.
the body, you will not be able to make a medicine
I
roll.
will not do it then.
I got a 0.
All right.
Okay, hold on, I get to roll. Okay, cup and feather, so 2 successes.
Nice.
For learning.
Okay. The putrid stench grows increasingly intense as you approach, and its source has become apparent. The crows scatter into the air, revealing that they have feasted upon, under the shrubbery, a body, seemingly dressed for some fancy occasion. But now its fine garments had been reduced to bloody rags. Although it was human, it looked more like something thrown into a potato masher. Its broken limbs are pointing in different directions, and though its chest was facing the ground, the head has been twisted around to stare at the sky. One eye is missing, munched by one of the crows, and in the empty socket there is a colony of maggots. The jaw is broken, dangling off the savaged face at an odd angle, and there are large cuts along the side of the head, along with patches of bare skull, with tiny marks most likely pecked by the crows. By now, the dry brown blood looks more like the soil on which the body rests. Despite the grotesque state of the body, you can still see the fear in the man's face. The terror Hammerstrom felt as he was torn to shreds. And you can tell with a success. Correct? 1 success? Two successes. And you can tell with 2 successes that the cause of death was mauling by some huge predator. Potentially a bear or a large wolf are reasonable alternatives based on fauna of the area. But if it was Vaesen, it could have been anything from a church grim to a werewolf to something much worse. You also find a letter on Hammerstrom's body.
Oh.
Who would like to read this one?
I'm standing back.
I'll read it.
You pull off your sunglasses.
Yeah.
Prescription?
Oh, it's wet. It's
Ooh.
Oh wait, it's not wet anymore. It's covered in blood though. To Mr. G. Hammerstrom. Meet me at the church after dark. I have some words that may help you in your endeavor. Regards, I. Nystrom.
Whoa.
The priest. Meet me at the church after dark. I have some words that may help you in your endeavor. Why would Nystrom help them in their endeavor?
I wonder if this was put upon by somebody else in the guise of Nystrom.
Yeah, or they convinced Nystrom to do it for them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I see?
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Careful. It's crusted with... Here you go, Elsa. Careful.
This
Use
is
your
blood.
handkerchief
She
to handle
she
it.
holds it very daintily.
Trying not to look at the body.
Right,
This isn't the first dead body Oscar's seen in a graveyard, but they're usually supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Right.
This is very scrolly, like very whimsically.
Why was he dressed so nicely to go meet a priest in a graveyard? Oh, are you looking
Where are
for
those
the...
other
Yeah,
notes?
I've got
I'm
them
trying to
here.
compare. I don't know if there's
The
penmanship.
handwriting is different.
Yeah. Yeah, these are different.
Why would he be dressed up like that, though, you know? I mean, maybe he's just a guy who dresses... I mean, I can appreciate somebody who puts on their Sunday best to visit a church after dark.
Maybe this was maybe this is his traditional like account manager's outfit when he's trying to wheel and deal people. Because I imagine that, well, Nils was in a shirt, so he's probably like just running out of bed. Like,
That's true.
How would these two things have happened where it's like Nils is awoken in the middle of the night by something, but Hammerstrom is doing something else?
Yeah, why would Nils have been out of the house in his nightshirt? What would have taken him out of the house without, or what would have drawn him out of the house without bothering to get dressed?
Is there anything we searched his person and the only thing we found was this note? Okay.
Mhm. Well, maybe it's time to go back and talk to the priest about the dead man in his graveyard. That's not supposed to in an unusual way. The mauled man in his graveyard. I can't believe nobody else has done anything about this.
Or seen this yet.
The stench, the ravens. He's been here for at least a week.
Well, they only come every Sunday, but it is
That's
a small
true.
town, so they might have, I don't know.
But somebody swept the gravel. Somebody's been out here. If we could smell it from there, well, maybe they swept the gravel right after it happened and they didn't find the body. But somebody saw the footprints.
True.
Or wait,
There are cat
would
footprints.
would the site extend to like something like footprints? Like nobody else could see the footprints?
No, it would
Okay.
still leave footprints.
Okay. So, circle back through the cemetery.
Yeah, have we been checking I know we kind of got sidetracked from checking the headstones.
Oh yes, I'd like to check the headstones. The dates specifically. The years.
I'd like to gently close the corpse's remaining eye and say like last rites for it.
I believe that would be a learning check.
Okay. Can everybody do it? Because I don't have a
Oh,
good
do you
skill in
help?
that. I
Okay,
might.
yeah.
Oh, that's one success. I got a success.
That's also one success for me.
And one for me, too.
Yay.
Nice.
Go team.
So it takes some time. This is gonna be an afternoon activity to like put together the account of the history. Would you like to continue with this?
I'm looking very much specifically for how old people are. And I don't need to check every single gravestone, but I just want to
On average.
peruse a few rows and see.
Doesn't seem like people are dying at a particularly young age.
But are they all living to a nice
No,
elderly age?
It's
Okay.
everything seems pretty normal.
Gotcha. So some people die young, some people die old. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Like a standard mix.
Yeah. Theory busted.
What was your theory?
My theory was that they had mentioned that the surrounding woods was very lush and grew very quickly, and I was wondering if there was some sort of blessing around this place that kept people that made the land youthful and
Oh, so people
and-
living longer. Okay.
so I was seeing if people could maybe were living long or to the extent of their lives, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, whatever.
But it's still odd to me that the land specifically around here is the trees are more lush and grow faster than in other places.
Yeah,
Could be magic.
Yes, like a blessing.
like a blessing. Or some sort of spirit that was once benevolent but has become enraged
Possibly.
by the possibility of industrialization. That would be okay. Can I do last rites on this guy? Can I turn his head around and say something nice?
You can
Turn his
do
head around.
last rites. Would you like to role play, or do we just want to move on with that?
I could be the.
No, I don't even turn his head around because he's really gross and I don't really want to handle him. But I do sort of take like one finger and close his remaining eye, and I sprinkle a little bit of libation on him from my fine wines, my communion wine that I carry with me for reasons, and I say like whatever the death rites are for Christianity. I don't know what they are. The standard ones.
All right,
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
the standard ones.
I guess a compressed version is like, I don't get too into
May
it.
God hold you in the palm of His hand.
Yeah. So, like, though I walk through the valley of death,
the shadow of death.
the shadow of death.
I fear no hunger. Evil?
Evil.
That's okay. We
Evil.
don't need to revisit our childhood trauma.
That's for the other podcast.
Right.
That's for the other podcast. So to kind of sum up this scene, I'm actually gonna ask
Oh.
that we have Oscar make a learning test
Okay.
with your advantage.
Yeah.
From
So that's plus
my
2
parents.
dice to whatever
Whoa.
your learning
Gain 2.
is.
I do. There you go. I'm so good at learning.
You got that beast knowledge.
Let's hope so. Okay. Oh, that is one success.
One success will provide you with the following revelation. As you look at the horrific damage to the victim and the vicinity to the old church that points you in one direction from your research on Vaesen before leaving headquarters.
Churchgram.
A church grim.
Church
Yeah.
Grim. This is a classic church grim.
You remember the tales about such beasts guarding houses of God and graveyards against looters and thieves.
Yeah.
A Vaesen in the service of God.
That's my homeboy.
Bless.
We're here for the same reason. Wow, great. Okay. That does call into question what our friend Hammerstrom and perhaps Nils were actually doing here, if the Church Grim felt threatened enough to attack them. If they were going to demolish the church.
That too.
Yeah.
I feel that is probably the
yeah.
Yeah. And I would bet my boots that Father Nystrom knows about the Church Grim and perhaps summoned them here in order to sick it on them. Because I feel like it's sort of like a coexistence thing, maybe.
Yeah. Do we know how one would summon a church grim or where a church grim would live on the premises?
Yeah,
Or is
what
it
else do
like
we know
a-
about Church Grims?
Appears when it needs to appear and goes disappears into the ether when it doesn't need to be there.
Yeah, have we ever dealt with a Church Grim before, etc., etc.?
You've never dealt with one before. So all you know is from the texts. And really, the only reason you came to this conclusion is because you go, big beast, able to destroy a body,
Comes out of a church.
comes out of church.
Church Grim. It's right there. In
It's
the
summoned
Meow.
somehow. So it's not like
It doesn't like
Prowling,
live there.
yeah.
correct. You would know that there's not like a nest to be found.
So we just have to prevent any thieves from attacking this church ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm conflicted because the guy who sent us here wants to demolish the church to get access to the iron,
Yeah.
right? And that's what the Church Grim is responding to. And our duty technically is to the man who hired us, but our higher duty is to God. And is a Church Grim not an agent of God? All of his animals that he makes? Maybe? No, it's a demon. It's complicated. Everybody thinks the Vaesen are demons, but if a Church Grim protects the house of God from thieves and stuff, how is that a demon? That's an angel.
And are Vaesen truly demons?
No,
No.
they are usually
They're scapegoated as such.
true.
Exactly.
They're usually good, or they were at one point, and there's something causing them to be bad.
Seems to me like this guy was just doing his job. That's Ellie, not Oscar.
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of wrapping up this, can we? I'm
Just
trying to
kill
think.
it.
Can I? I'm
Rather
trying.
than turning it into a moral dilemma.
I'm trying to think of how we could dissuade von Meyer from just trying to tap into the iron. Could we say that there isn't any, or that there's some other conflating thing that would prevent the extraction of the iron? or that they won't sell it to us because they know that the iron is there, and that they'll only be interested in talking about the forest.
Yeah, I mean, just as long as they refuse to sell the church, if he's a man of his contracts, the church stays safe. And the Grimm doesn't hunt. Just come back and be like, they refused to negotiate about the church. But we do have to tell him why his guys disappeared.
Well, this might sound improper, but should they continue to send men to try to purchase and destroy the church, then maybe the Grimm should hunt.
That's what I'm saying, is as long as you leave the church alone, your men will be fine.
But I think in general, if following what Elsa's saying, if people continue dying, then Von Meyer would give up on this town entirely.
And the wicked hearts of men who want to destroy a house of God?
Let them perish.
As well as this forest. Although I suppose the people that would live here would continue to mill.
But they're doing it in sustainable, renewable ways.
Which is very
In
important.
tune with the land. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like this Grimm bothers the people of the town.
No, surely not.
So in this way, is it not doing the same thing that all shepherds of God do in protecting the homes and the people?
Is Christianity the answer?
Oh my god, bro.
How have we come to this?
I got myself in over my head playing a priest. Yeah, like Oscar's conflicted. Obviously, this man, it's wrong and bad that this man was killed, but it seems like they were pushing it.
Yeah.
If I may, and I know what I said just recently was very improper, and this might be improper and maybe a little devious.
Elsa, you can confess later. It's fine.
But
That's what I'm here for.
were we not hired to find his missing man? And have we not found his missing man?
True.
That's true. Mauled by a creature,
A bear or a large wolf?
Yeah.
as reported as to live in these woods.
And it is surely not a lie. Maybe an omission of truth.
Yeah. Though they will continue to come here, so I would blanch at the thought of more people ending up like dear Godfrey. Maybe we could finish this transaction to prevent it from... Because I definitely see us going down this road where it's like, oh, just send guy C and D, and they'll...
Well, but I'm wondering if there's a way to convince Von Meyer that the church, the priest is a man of God. He's attached to this church. He is not going to sell. And by continuing to pursue the church, you risk alienating the rest of the town folk who are in support of this important member of their community and an important location that their community gathers. So if you are interested in the it's either take the sawmill or pursue the church and get neither. But there's no world where you get both.
Doherty has said so fervently that she is a fan of the church, and if she doesn't sell, nobody else will sell.
Correct. So it's a business case.
Yeah.
If he can either take the sawmill without the church, or he can take nothing, but he's not going to get the church. And he should stop sending people to try. Do we think that could do the trick?
Yeah. And we have to let him know that he has to offer at least 2 times what he offered.
3 times, I think she said.
Well, maybe they can work it down to like 2.5 if we tell him offer double. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or maybe he'll just leave this poor town alone.
True.
Well, do we think we need to confront anybody? Do we need to do anything?
No.
Would you like to just spend the rest of the day enjoying the forest or
Quaint town?
Get some lemonade.
off of church property, because just because in case I don't want to be seen as a threat.
Yeah.
Or like a
be
suspect.
Super respectful.
It would be too late to leave Farnstra tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if even like digging in the basement was enough like harm to the church that the church Grimm was bothered.
Intent, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the issue that needs to be handled here is more so Von Meyer than the Grimm.
I would agree.
And maybe, I mean, it seems likely that the priest probably knowingly lured the man here in order to have the Grimm attack it, because as far as I know, Grimms cannot like imitate human writing. So we do have a priest who is probably a little bit ethically compromised.
Gray. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps. You can't be sicking your church Grimm on people. Dude, keep that thing on a leash. But
Yeah, I think it might just be best to let dogs lie where they are.
cats.
Or cats.
Sleeping cat. Let sleeping
Let
cats
sleeping
lie.
Grimms lie. Yeah. So we tell Von Meyer that his man was
Attacked.
savaged by a beast.
Yeah.
Could have had red eyes, like the retina's reflecting in the dark off of the light.
Oh, and Nils definitely was just suffering from stress and trauma.
Yeah, having seen a beast get his buddy, companion, coworker, colleague,
Yeah.
Fully within the realms of normal human behavior,
Absolutely.
albeit
Distressing.
traumatized human behavior, but normal human behavior nonetheless.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out why Godfrey was dressed really nice, and Godfrey got this letter saying to meet him, and Nils was in his nightshirt. Did Nils like follow him secretly?
Maybe, because he's like they probably both went to bed, and then Godfrey got up at night, and he's like, ooh, secretly sneak out, and then Nils is like, oh, well, what's going on with this?
Maybe Godfrey was like trying to close the deal behind Nils'
Yeah.
back, get a leg up so
Percentage.
that he could close it, and Nils was like, not on my watch.
Yeah.
I guess we'll never know, because one of them's dead and one of them has PTSD pretty justifiably.
Yep.
Okay, so we tell him killed by a bear, leave the church alone, they're not going to sell. If you want the sawmill, you have to offer, or if you want the forest, you have to offer at least 3 times or 2 times. She wants 3 times as much.
Give her 2 and work it to 2.5.
Do with that what you can. You're the
Yeah.
businessman. What do we think?
I think that's a good idea. It covers all of our bases.
And we let the church Grim go.
Yeah.
And we do not confront the priest.
I don't think there's anything to gain from telling him, hey, we know, and we're going to stay here another night because we can't leave.
Yeah.
And
Part of me just wants to go in and be like, your behavior is a little bit unholy. I get it, but it's a little unholy, like as a fellow man of God. But I'm also curious if he has the sight, or if he just knows, like, if people come to the church
with bad intentions,
they get fucked up. Like, what does he know about the Grimm, you know?
Gertrude is the other person we could maybe talk to, like, oh. As like, hey, ever seen anything weird at this church after night? I don't know.
But she would only see it if she had
True.
9/10.
That's true.
And
Or
may not even see, well, it's kind of unclear to me when you can see it and when you can't. Because we can see them all the time, but sometimes other people can see them as well when they choose to make themselves
Vaesen
visible.
choose to reveal themselves to other people.
Okay.
So they may have chosen to reveal themselves to Niels.
Yeah.
Yeah, to spook him.
Can you imagine just like you look out your bedroom window and you just see big cat thing?
That's like, I'm coming for you next. Yeah. And I wonder if it would choose to reveal itself to the priest, but in a
Friendly way.
friendly way, in a companionable way. I guess we don't have to get into that. We'll just leave them be.
Yes, and they were, doing what their nature said they should do.
It's true.
The way God made them.
The sinner here is Hammerstrom. And hasn't he gotten what he deserved?
I mean, I believe the true sinner is Hammerstrom's boss.
Yeah.
That's true. Hammerstrom was just doing what he was told. The true sin is capitalism.
Capitalism.
The true sin is capitalism. Wow.
Okay, great. I feel like we have a good plan. Let's go pack up a picnic and hang out in the woods.
Yeah. I want to write a note for Father Nystrom to fix the hole in his basement with some plaster.
Oh, do you want? You could
Right.
even.
I could
Start it
I
for
could
him.
yeah, I could start it for him. I don't know if they have all the requisite stuff, but I could
That's
definitely
true, yeah.
Do you feel comfortable being in the basement of that church?
yeah.
He
I
has
am
no malintent.
I didn't steal anything because I have good
thing
friends.
you didn't steal that
I know.
Bible. Oh my god!
I was not gonna steal
Wow,
it.
I'm so glad I stopped you from doing that. You would have been victim number 2.
Yeah, geez, that would be pretty bad.
Yeah, that's why you don't steal from churches.
I only steal from industrialists.
Yes,
from now on.
lesson of today. That is why you don't steal from churches.
God's wrath is swift, just, and looks like a big cat.
But yeah.
Great.
All right. So I will narrate a little bit of time passage.
Great.
So you all have a lovely afternoon picnic in the forest. It is a peaceful early spring day, so it's still a little nippy, but it is sunny out. And Luca does do some repairs on the church. No ill falls upon him as a result.
That's good,
Actually, can I help maybe coordinate like burial efforts for Hammerstrom? Because you can't just leave his body there to rot.
Yes.
Like, maybe I do talk to the priest and I'm like, we found the body. It looks like he was attacked by some sort of animal. Like,
Wink.
what,
All
can
right.
what can we do for this man to lay him to rest?
So,
Or...
he is surprised by the...
I don't mention the note or anything like
He
incriminating.
is surprised by the body being revealed to him. He is horrified by the state of the body,
Oh, please don't
but
have a heart attack.
does coordinate some efforts to assist in burial rites with the body. Some people are called in to help dig a grave. A grave is made. The body is put to rest.
Great, my job's done.
That is a day.
Elsa is going to toss the bloodied note into the fire
Atta girl.
Woo.
when she's back at oh god, what's her name?
Marta?
Marta's.
Marta's house.
Okay.
Just casually toss it into the fire.
Yeah. So you destroy some evidence
Yes.
and you turn in for the night.
in the name of God.
Yeah. That's not a sin.
You're awoken at the stroke of 12 by the church bells ringing.
Feel like we sit quietly
Yeah, we're
because we're still like, are we dying tonight?
maybe. Did anything we do constitute harm or threat to the church? Is our mere presence here as agents of Von Meyer a threat? Guess we're about to find out.
Yeah.
So you sit in waiting.
I have my knife.
How long do you wait?
Do they just keep like an hour? Are they still ringing?
Just
30
stroke of
minutes?
12?
Oh,
It just
Wakes you
rang
up.
for 12.
12 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh.
12 rings at the stroke of 12.
Did it ring last night at 12?
That would be really
You weren't
obnoxious.
awoken, Bayon.
We're too tired.
That's probably true. It was a long
It was-
5
yeah,
days of
yeah.
travel.
I wonder if ringing the church bells is how the Grim is summoned and dismissed. Well, I feel like maybe we're all too wired to go back to bed after that,
Yeah.
and we just end up staying up.
We look at all. Oh, well, she doesn't do needlepoint. Marta or Dorothy. Dorothy does.
Dorothy does needlepoint.
I'll
Marta
read
might
you a
also do
I'll read
needlepoint.
you a relevant parable from the Bible.
Ooh, I love those.
It's the one about walking in the sand and the one footprints. A crowd favorite.
Elsa will probably fall asleep to the
Oh,
reading
that's
of the
true.
Bible.
Yeah, to calm her down.
Yeah.
All right.
We don't leave the building.
Okay.
The door's barred.
In that case, no other noises stir you from your bed. There is nothing else of note throughout the remainder of the night.
Phew, nailed it.
If we find a dead body tomorrow, I'm gonna flip out.
Sometime in the morning, as you are making arrangements to return back to August, somebody from in town comes to notify in a particularly frantic way that Father Nystrom has been found dead
No.
at the church
Oh, God.
in front of the church doors upon the steps.
What the fuck?
Marta and this other person
Yeah.
exchange some words. Tears running down both of their faces.
Oh my god, of course. He was beloved.
Marta continues her morning chores, a little bit thrown off by this news, but otherwise does not disclose this information to you directly. What you gather can only be pieced together from overhearing the conversation.
He seems like the last person who would wish ill.
We should check on
Cause
the
it.
scene and see
Yeah.
if it's the same
Oh, for sure.
in the same manner.
Right. Because what if he was killed in order to buy the church, or there are other agents of Von Meyer here? Yeah, let's go to the scene of the murder.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Scoot,
Da,
scoot.
da, 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 da.
Beautiful.
Whatever carriage we were arranging, we're like, just
Hold the bill.
Hold.
sit tight. Bill it to Von Meyer.
All right. So you make your way back to the church this fine morning. It's a beautiful spring day.
Too bad.
Beautiful
about-
spring day for a murder.
But you do find that the body has already been covered with a white cloth when you arrive. The scene is quite chaotic. People are bustling around, a lot of gossip. And from the bits of information you overhear, very little information besides a select few who saw the body and promptly covered it. Apparently, it was a sight too gruesome for anyone else to see.
How bloody is this white cloth now?
It's incredibly bloody.
In your I whisper as we stand on the periphery of the crowd, what did you know, like what sends a grimdark a church grim away?
Do we know? In my research, did I find that out?
No.
No, just about them. But we heard the bell ring 12 times.
That might be the
That might be
Sign.
related somehow. I would be curious if on the night, what's his face?
Hammerstrom.
Hammerstrom died, if people also heard the bell ring 12 times, because that could suggest that is correlated. Do we need to see the body? I feel like we kind of know. I don't.
maybe
think we
he has something on him, like another note.
That's true. Can I pull out my Bible, put on my best
Yeah.
fatherly
Presence.
presence, and stride through the people and say, please, please, my children, a horrible event has occurred here. Allow me to take my brother in Christ to be prepared for his final rest. And I pick him up with the sheet. If they let me get close and nobody's like causing problems, I'll pick him, scoop up with the sheet, trying to get like at least it's all covered with the sheet. Oh my god, at least I wear black. And I will stride through the doors of the church. Are they open? Maybe closed. The front doors. Like he's dead in front of.
So
I'm just trying to take him
I
away.
should reveal a
from...
couple pieces of information that make this a little bit gruesome.
Oh.
Okay, let's go.
A little bit
I think I was also promised nudity.
that might
Yeah.
might
child endangerment.
Yeah.
that might suggest an alternative course of action
Okay.
to picking
Yes.
up the body. So
It falls apart.
It falls.
There
I try to
is-
scoop it up and bits.
so there's the white cloth that's been laid over it that has soaked up a significant amount of blood. And as you get closer, you see that it's draped up towards the door. And as you touch the cloth, his hand is still gripped around the handle of the door,
Oh, his hand is
rigor
on the...
mortis style.
So he's like dangling from the door.
No, it's just his hand on the door, is
Whoa.
I'm understanding it.
It's
so
just his hand.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh.
So there's just a hand.
on the door.
Okay.
The rest of his body is kind of torn apart in sections down the stairs, so the cloth is kind of covering
Like all the bits.
all the bits.
I don't think we're gonna find any evidence
Leg,
of this.
arm.
But if you do peek underneath,
Yeah, I still use my like priestly countenance to get access, I think, to the body.
okay.
Like
So
I say something. These people need guidance now. I try and like shoo them off a little bit
okay. So, you
so
shoo-
that I can look
yeah.
at the
So you
body
shoo the people
under
away,
spiritual
and you
pretenses.
lift up to peek, and you do see that scene of a body torn apart.
I put the sheet back really quickly.
The one thing you do glimpse as you lifted the sheet, put it back down, was that he does have something in his
Other hand.
other hand.
Okay.
It looks like a piece of paper.
Okay. I guess I sort of edge around to the side of the sheet where his other hand was, and I'll try and grab it. I'll like pull it up, try and grab it really quickly, pull it out. His hand is definitely like fucking rigor mortis around
Yeah.
it. I'm getting a whole ass hand. This sucks.
They appear to be pieces torn from a book.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Let's see what
Bibble?
An
Bible.
old text written on not paper, but vellum.
Yeah. Lamb,
Oh, like
lamb skin.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay. East of the third great stone to the north is the entrance. Deep in the bowels of what's the
That's
town word?
Farmstead.
Farmsta rests its fell guardian. The path twists and turns, but at the place where the Lord's faith is veiled, lies its resting place, like a light in the dark. If you hear the sound of fleeing birds, snapping branches, and loud footsteps, you shall be its next victim. Sorry, this is written with the thorn, so it's like every SH is an
Yeah,
F.
it's-
So
yeah.
I'm just doing my best not to say you shall be its next victim. Pray then that your fate will be swift, for staring into its infernal gaze can plunge even the purest mind into madness. Not great. Those who threaten the place of God will suffer its wrath. This fell guardian is our church grim, larger than a stag, stronger than a bear, and more agile than a lynx. It watches over God's acre. Running faster than a horse, it hunts down anyone who endangers this place. It rests at the place where the Lord's eyes are watching. Oh, and then I think I got them in the wrong order. East of the third great stone to the north is the entrance. Okay. So, but why did it attack the priest?
He must have had. I'm curious now. How did they learn about the iron ore? Was it that the priest knew because he was doing something in the basement, and he had some secret? But then he said, "Oh, you people with the horrible company." So I'm curious: was he really trying to do some sort of deal with the company, or is this just a accident that he wandered into?
But if he was, why would he have invited them to the church at night with some words to help sweeten the... Or unless he didn't know about the Grimm and he was genuinely like, come to the church, I want to help along this deal.
It could have been that...
Oh, and that's why the Grimm, because if he offered to
You, Elsa. Sorry, who's this man?
yeah, if he offered if Father Nystrom had offered to help the company purchase the land, then surely he would be an enemy of the church.
That's true.
And seen so by the Grimm.
He didn't sound like he was...
So they knew... August knew about the ore deposit because they wrote in a letter to him about it.
Yeah.
So the meeting with...
Father Nystrom.
The meeting with Nystrom must have happened well after that both of these people knew that the iron ore existed. So I don't know exactly... It must have been something other than the iron ore that Father knew about. Maybe at this point Father Nystrom was intending to get rid of the church, and the beast attacked Hammerstrom first, and I don't know.
Well, does this change our calculus? Does this now make the beast a problem that we need to deal with? It seems... My concern is that the beast may have a pretty liberal understanding of what intending harm to the church means. And now townsfolk may begin to run afoul of it as they negotiate the changes that come. Sorry, does anybody else keep hearing a digging? As they negotiate the changes that come with modernity. It's just like
do you have any ill intent against the church, Ellie?
God.
right now.
I've heard like 11 and anyway, maybe this church Grimm is a little bit of a traditionalist, and the church really needs to modernize. And in that way, it's like the old guard of the priests who are like the Bible thumping, hell and brimstone. When you need to take a gentler hand with the people and be cool and hip and understanding. I'm trying to start a Unitarian Universalist thing. I'm a cool priest. I turn around my chair and sit on it backwards. I don't know. Does this change? Does this mean that we have to deal with the church Grimm now, or does our plan remain the same?
I don't think so, because I don't believe any other people... Nobody else in the town really wants to sell, other than the two Nils and Gottfried and Priest. So I feel like the negotiations will stall because they won't make any headway. But they probably will still go after the ore in the church, whoever comes to negotiate.
Yeah, well, the thing is now, who's negotiating on behalf of the church, right? With no religious figure instituted, what's to stop them from just coming in and sort of finagling around and getting the church? And then it's Grimm o'clock, like murder after murder after murder after murder. Because in theory, the priest was supposed to be the primary protector of the church, and when the priest failed in his duty, the church Grimm took it into its own hands.
And I guess
so maybe what they actually just need is a really good priest, and I am loving the forest.
Are you thinking about leaving the campaign?
Maybe.
You leave the society.
Yeah. I'm like, I'll just hang out here with my big cat.
Yeah.
No.
I can tame it. I know I can.
I just know we could coexist.
Well, even if we were to take on a creature of that sort, like...
I've got rope.
We would get our
ass.
Yes,
asses
what would
handed to us.
what would our strategy even be?
We know how to find it.
Yeah, should we?
Yes,
try
but how would we banish it or
How would we
rid the area of it? Surely not kill it.
The hand. What was...
He's trying
the
to
priest trying to do?
get back in the church because
Get
it is
into
probably
the
a
church.
sanctuary.
Is it a sanctuary from a church grim?
Maybe. I think so.
Do we know? Can church grims go inside churches?
You are
they
kind
come-
of at
it
the
comes
extent
from-
of your
Right.
knowledge right now.
The footprints came out of the church. Church grims can definitely go into a church.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
he
maybe
might have been
was
just trying to get
put a
away.
wall.
Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering if he had these held in his hand, did he know something about the grim that he was trying to do before he was killed? Right?
Yeah.
And then the 12 I was trying to figure out order of events. Like, was the 12 rings of the bell, was that somehow trying to like banish the grim? Like, what he knew, obviously he knew something. He had these pages from this book.
Maybe we search for the book.
Oh, maybe, yeah, and his
Yeah,
sacristy.
for an illiterate servant, you're so clever.
I'm not illiterate. I'm just
thought-
not as
oh, yeah,
literate.
For mediumly literate, you're very clever. Okay, yeah. Can I use my priest privileges to get us into the church to look around?
Yes, that is a really easy to do,
Priest
easy thing to do
Maybe
under
we can
the
go in the side
circumstances.
so we don't have
yeah.
to deal with the hand door.
Yeah.
Hand door car hook.
church door car. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go right on into the church. It's a pretty simple church. I think I provided you all with the map. There's an entrance area, then there are rows of benches, a baptismal font, an altar near the front, and there is really only one side room called the sacristy.
That's where they get
Sacristy.
dressed. That's where they
Sacristy.
get dressed, right?
Thank
that's
you.
ridiculous.
That's where they get dressed. That's where the wine, wink, and body of Christ, or wafers or bread or whatever they use. Probably wafers if it's
Yeah.
Catholic, which I think is it's pretty Catholic, right? The
Mm.
Catholic.
Out here in the
It
breeze, though,
is-
probably they can't even get wafers. It's probably like crackers or
Yes.
bread.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it would be
Bread.
Catholicism, most likely.
Well, that's where. So their wafers
kinda
and or bread
vague.
or whatever it is would be stored.
And I haven't done my history.
Yeah.
Also,
Uh,
it's a fantastical world, so it can be
Well,
whatever we
crossover.
want it to be.
All
It's
I know
almost
is that
exactly-
Christianity is the only approved religion in this region.
It's almost exactly like Christianity, except they actually do use sourdough for the communion instead. Ooh, fantasy.
All right. So we check the sacristy then.
Yeah.
Seems like the
would
spot.
would the church have like what's like it's a monastery like where priests live? Like, would he have lived near or
Parsonage?
in the church?
Be a parsonage.
Parsonage, yeah.
Yeah, he probably has a parsonage nearby.
Okay,
It's
well,
not.
the-
It's not in the church.
okay, yeah. If we don't find anything here, we should go check his
Check his
parsonage.
home. Yeah.
But let's sweep around. You're gonna check. I'm kind of interested in checking the sacristy too.
Yeah.
See what kind of communion wine
It's the
these guys
only.
have.
It's the only private space that I think you would have in
Yeah.
the church.
Yeah.
All
let's do
right.
that.
So as you make your way into the sacristy.
Mhm.
Sacristy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. As you make your way into the sacristy, it's pretty standard. In terms of there's that wardrobe that has all the different vestments for the different seasons of the church. There is the tabernacle.
Yeah.
Thank
Whoa.
you.
I think
I
that's
did
the,
go
right.
to
That's the
church
box
for
where they
like a
put the
little
wine.
while.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
There's a tabernacle, which is where they keep the box with the body of Christ and the goblet with the blood of Christ. And there's also a little now this I don't know the word for, or I do, but I can't remember it right now. Where you would put a book on a little podium.
It's like
Like
a
a lectern?
lectern.
A lectern, thank you. So there's a little lectern with a book that is open with torn pages out of it.
Hell yeah.
Bingo.
Also, what you find is a small table in which there is a sandwich,
Oh,
Who's eating a midnight
a
snack?
half-eaten sandwich, and a letter. So I
Oh.
will give you
Oh, we're
there's
in it
two
now.
clues here. The folded up one is the letter next to the sandwich, and the other one is the following passage on the next page that was not torn out.
What, no sandwich?
Yeah, where's our sandwich? Where's our half-eaten
You
sandwich
may also eat the half-eaten sandwich if you would like to.
No, that's okay.
I am not going to provide.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. Miss Karlstrom recently came to visit for a cup of coffee. We had a conversation, and she complimented me on how I write. Farnsta in our faith. Her praise... Oh, this is old man voice. Her praise warmed my heart, and the woman was very sweet. She then started asking questions about Mr. Hammerstrom, the man from the large sawmill in Harnesond. She wanted information about the business deals he was trying to negotiate, and there was something unsettling in her tone of voice. I see temptation in her eyes, temptation suggesting that she is not a God-fearing woman. Perhaps she will tempt the others to sell their land.
Compare the handwriting with the bloodstained note.
Yeah, well, we burned it.
Oh.
my
You
memory-
burned the bloodstained note.
We did do that.
But
My
yes,
memory
I will
note
let your
is that
memory.
It's eerily similar.
It is okay.
Yeah.
So we don't think the note was forged.
Father, may I practice my reading on the
Please,
The
my
book.
child, it is always in your interest to better yourself.
The cruel fate of the cat, baptized by fire in the name of the Lord, gave it life anew. Now it watches over this place and always will. Sworn, that's it. Sworn to be its protector. Only when its bones suffer the same fate that once brought it into existence will it perish.
Burn the bones.
Well, we have to baptize the bones.
It
That's
says
a burn.
baptized in
Okay.
fire.
Yeah, baptized by
Baptized-
fire.
Okay, I was taking it literal, and it was actually figuratively.
I mean, we could do both. But okay. So
If
a
we go
cat
during the day, will it
not
be
active?
bones?
We know where to find it because of the other book pieces.
And I fear that more members of the community might be on its hunting list based on that letter.
Well, its hunting list or Mrs. Karlstrom's
Well,
hunting list?
I think Karlstrom is like, she would be the next one to be attacked.
Because she intends to sell and probably convince everyone else to sell as well.
But then, why was the priest killed?
Because he... Good question.
Maybe because he knew and did nothing.
Maybe. I mean, maybe we don't have enough puzzle pieces right now to work it out. But if he... Do we think we told him about the body? He recognized the work of a church grim. He gets out this book. He starts reading about it. Decides that he needs to do something. Something. I'm not exactly sure, but it seems like he obviously, based on these pieces of paper that we found in his hand when he was dead, he at some point recognized that this was a church grim that was being dealt with. He had enough time to find this book, get it out, make himself a snack, sit down and start to read it. And then, boom, church grim comes. The pieces of paper, are they torn in a way that looks like they were like carefully like torn out of a book, or were they like grabbed and like ripped in a panic? Like,
They were carefully taken out of the book.
Okay, so he didn't remove the pages under the pressure of the church grim. So perhaps he removed the pages, went to go find the grim, and like question mark, and then the grim was like absolutely not.
The Grim was defending itself.
Defending itself, chased him. He starts running back to the church. Grim's coming after him. Boom, grimmed.
Well, surely a bold man would go out in the middle of the night to fight a church Grim.
Yeah, bolder man than I. Holier man than I, probably. I'm so conflicted. Okay.
well.
I just remembered that you have isopropyl alcohol.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
Easy fire.
And a lamp. Probably stuff to light it with, too.
Yeah.
So,
Between the two of you, you prepared for this exact.
Wow.
so during the day, we go find the bones and we burn them. Church grim problem solved. Is it a
I think we
problem?
must.
I think
It is morning.
It's becoming a problem because it feels like it's snowballing a little bit, right? Like for so long, they didn't have any problems with this grim, and now 2 killings in less than 2 weeks.
Well, because of that man's ambitions. But the alternative to leaving it be, the alternative to killing it, would be to potentially let it wreak havoc on the rest of this community. And would we rather have them dead or moved away?
And the point, men's ambitions will never stop, right? The Church Grim will never be able to stop ambitious men from going after resources that they want. It's simply not going to happen. We've seen it in Uppsala. We've seen it in the L city that you come from that I can't remember. Ljubljana.
Ljubljana.
All that is going to happen is that it will take more blood to get there.
It's true. The sad fact of life.
So it seems there are 3 people that know about the ore. Father, who's dead. Helmstrom's that's dead. And Miss Karlstrom.
Wait, Miss Karlstrom knows
I
about
I don't
the
think
war?
Karlstrom
I
knows
think
about
that
the
she
ore.
does. She, in that letter that he wrote, it says that she has temptation in her eyes. So I don't, maybe she doesn't know about the ore, but she
She definitely wants to sell.
yeah.
It says perhaps she will tempt the others to sell their land,
Oh, okay.
which I feel like is maybe more alluding to trying to like maintain town unity. But so, but your assertion that only 3 people know about it is not entirely accurate because Von Meyer knows about it. He received a letter.
Well, yeah, I meant yeah.
Oh, in town. Okay. Nils knows about it, but he's incapacitated.
Yeah.
Hammerstrom's dead. Priest is dead. But as long as Von Meyer knows about it, I really doubt he's... I mean, it's expendable. He has people to spare.
True.
And anyone with a knowing eye who wanders into that basement.
Yeah,
But it's plastered now.
that's true. You closed it up.
I guess that's fair.
They're gonna be like, why is this new patch of wall so
Wow,
plastered?
it's really nicely patched.
We're gonna have to get
actually.
tapestries put over there.
Yeah.
So do we resign ourselves to
I think we have to
killing this grim?
Yes.
banish it.
Hopefully it's a banishment and less of a killing.
I mean, the lore seems to suggest that this was a cat that died this was originally a regular cat that died in a fire and then sort of became a protector haunting the church. And so rather than banishing or killing it, perhaps we are just laying it to rest. Finishing what
That is true.
started. We could think of it that way. So we don't feel so bad about it.
Yeah.
Big cat.
That is a bit more comforting.
Yeah. Right?
Alright.
Is that how you guys interpreted
Yeah.
the
That.
lore there?
It seems like it seems like an intentional ritual. The cruelty of the cruel fate of a cat baptized by fire in the name of the Lord, which makes me
Oh, it
think
was
that
created.
someone created it.
Like probably a while ago, not the
Yes.
priest. Unless they recently made the church grim. Anyway, it doesn't really matter when it's made. What matters is
Exterminating.
don't say that.
I'm
It's
sorry.
a big
Helping it
cat.
pass on.
Helping it pass, laying it to rest. Exterminating makes it sound like we should have a big tent and chemicals. Okay, so let's check our how we find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That second piece, right? The little piece.
The little piece.
Yes, it says we've got it rests at the place where the Lord's eyes are watching, so that was just the church. East of the third great stone to the north is the entrance. Deep in the bowels of Farnsta rests its fell guardian. The path twists and turns, but at the place where the Lord's faith is based lies its resting place, like a light in the dark. Do we think it's in the basement?
I thought it'd be in a grave. Did it say great stone or gravestone?
Great.
Oh, okay.
Great. Great stone to the north is the entrance. Let's look at the map.
Hey, maybe we just wander into the woods.
Yeah. The path twists and turns, but at the place where the Lord's faith is based lies its resting place. It almost sounds like there's a... You know how there was a pocket system that got tapped into?
That was my thought as well.
It sounds like the entrance to the pocket system is somewhere else and it leads back to the church. So we could either find the entrance or we could, with great apologies to your patch job, open that hole back up more and get into the pocket system that way.
Probably easier the latter way.
Opening it back up.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to find like east of the third great stone to the north, walking through the path twisting and turns.
I
think
fear
so.
hesitant wandering through an unknown woods with known big animals anyway.
Yeah, that's true. We wouldn't want to get mauled by an actual bear. That would be so
Right.
embarrassing. Like, just genuinely get mauled by a regular bear.
All right, so we open
Okay.
up the plaster wall.
We open up the plaster wall. We chip away a little bit more. This is definitely putting us on the shit list, so we have to finish this before tonight.
We'll fix it.
Okay. No, I'm not saying we'll fix... I'm saying the Grim is now like...
Oh, yeah.
You are my
Done-
enemies.
donezo.
As soon as night falls, I am killing you, so we gotta get this done before nighttime. So, open it up. Originally, the hole was not large enough to get into the pocket system, but can we make it large enough to get into the pocket system? Is the pocket that we can see large enough, like, kind of for a human to get in there?
It is very much on that verge
Okay.
of like it is. What you can see of it seems large enough for you to kind of shimmy on your stomach.
I guess,
Oh.
do we see cat... Right off the bat, do we see cat bones? Like
No.
if we shine a light?
No, you do not see cat bones right off the bat.
Well, Elsa, you're the smallest. But I won't make you go if you don't want to. I will also go.
An unfortunate fact. No, I will go. So I will go
God
ahead
bless you,
and
Elsa.
shimmy my way in there.
All right.
I'll pull you out by your... let's tie your rope to her ankle.
Yeah, I pull out my
Yeah,
rope.
and I have my lantern
Yeah.
that I'm kind of like moving
Pushing.
as I like scoot, push, scoot, push, scoot.
Push.
So you are going to shimmy your way through into this little tunnel, and you're going to continue on your belly.
Makes me squirm
it is
thinking about it.
damp. There are cobwebs and spiders.
She
that
cleans a mansion
skitter.
every
Yeah.
day.
This is
Cobweb
not-
spiders.
And you have the lantern out in front of you, you said?
Yeah, so I'm like setting it on the rocks, and then I'm pulling myself forward, and then I'm setting it.
All right. So it's like a...
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
And there's this like very rhythmic sound that the two of you hear as she begins to disappear around the bend of the cavern.
Oh. If you change your mind and you want to go find the other entrance, we can.
Yeah, just wiggle your
Yeah,
ankles.
Well, let me see what's around this corner, and
Okay. We can go in the other end.
Then as you turn the bend, you see that it starts to descend slightly. Oh god. But it also starts to open up a little bit.
Oh.
And it gets to a point as you continue on where it opens up to enough height that you could squat and do kind of a little bit of a low lunged walk.
or a crawl. I would probably
crawl.
Yeah.
A waddle,
Low-
perhaps?
A little
A
waddle
duck
for-
walk?
A
No,
little duck
we're
walk.
not duck walking.
I'm not leaving my
Um,
deck.
At
Duck
this
walking.
point, you've probably been going about 15 feet.
Okay.
So it's a pretty quick thing. And then it eventually opens up into a small chamber. Now, in this small chamber, you can see that it connects to other chambers.
Mm-hmm.
However, through small holes in the wall, you notice this. There's like one wall in particular where there are small holes that you can see another chamber on the other side of this wall.
Mm-hmm.
And this is all like natural looking caverns?
It's all natural looking caverns. As you peer in and potentially put like your lantern through the hole to see what's on the other side.
Like up to the hole, not through the hole.
Well, when you
Smart
hold the
girl.
light on one side of the wall,
Yeah.
you
No.
only can see the light going through to
Right.
see that there's a chamber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's where you would like to stop, that is where I will stop explaining.
I want to try and see as much as I can in that chamber by getting as close as I can. I don't know if I'm ready to stick my arm through it.
It's a small natural chamber, big enough for you to stand in. You can see the far side of the chamber,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't see the right or left sides.
Gotcha. I will.
Do you have something you could like light on fire and throw in?
Oh, that's a good point.
Like,
First, I'll call back. I found a set of chambers in here. If you guys could squeeze through there, it seems to open up. There seems to be a little more room.
enough room for all of us? All three of us?
I think if we can push our way into the one chamber in front of me, yes.
All right. Would you like to go first or shall I?
I'll go first.
And I want to see if I can find a way into that chamber.
That's not the small holes in the wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Or what is it? Is it like
So-
iron? Or is the wall like,
It's
Like-
stone and dirt.
okay. So potentially be able to knock some of it out. to
You could
sneak through.
potentially knock some of it out. You should probably tell your
To bring a pickaxe.
Yeah, I mean, we must
party
have,
to
like,
bring a pickaxe
a
or whaver
pickaxe that-
tool you use to
Yeah.
break into the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll caboose and drag the pickaxe behind me.
And I have Nils's stuff
That's true.
in case we need to have anything to discard.
All right. So you all are
Crawl,
going to
wiggle,
make
wiggle,
your
wiggle,
way
wiggle.
into this small chamber.
I'm gonna wait, I think, for you to get to the chamber and call back before I start wiggling because we don't want to like both be stuck in the tunnel.
All good. Theoretically, do you still have the rope on your ankle?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I could, if you want, I could probably pull you through.
That's okay. I'll crawl, but I'll tie the pickaxe to the rope so I don't have to drag it with me, and you can drag it up.
Good.
There weren't any branches or anything, so it's not like I'm gonna get lost on my way to you.
Yeah.
No, there were no branches.
Ugh, Nutty Putty Cave, anybody?
All right, so the three of you are now standing in this small chamber. You can see that there is another chamber beyond this wall. And there are small holes that are too small for you to fit through, but Luca begins breaking away the wall.
He's the youngest man.
So you start breaking away the wall, chunks
I
of
trust
dirt
him to do it in a
and
way that won't collapse the
stone.
ceiling.
Right.
That is a true risk here.
Yeah.
So I will actually
Oh no.
require a
I don't wanna be
roll
very
here,
Well,
but
game over.
I'm gonna let you use your advantage because you did prepare tools.
Yeah. Coincidentally, you have like one. I was comparing our agility. That's agility. Never mind.
What were you
Force,
looking
physique.
for?
Technically,
Force?
your force is bigger than mine.
Really?
Mine is?
Yours,
Oh,
yours is
Elsa's.
like one more.
Oh.
So what am
But
I
you
rolling?
get 2 extra force physique,
Force physique.
We're like,
and you
oh,
get 2 extra die.
She's a petite little lady.
Ooh.
Meanwhile,
I got
we're
one.
Like,
All right,
success.
1 success is enough to do it.
Nice.
These are mundane tasks.
I guess so.
These are still mundane tasks.
Oh no,
Um.
I want to know what isn't a mundane task.
Well, fighting a bison.
Okay.
Right. Hopefully we don't have to do that.
I hope so too.
So, One success is enough in the system for most tasks, and so you are able to chip away the dirt and the stone of the wall to break enough away to fit through into the next chamber. Who would like to go first?
I've got the lantern. I will go first, and I'm the smallest, so it's
That's
easier
very
for me
brave
to
of you, Elsa.
sneak through the hole. Remember,
Alright.
Elsa is wildly confident for whatever reason.
Is she? Is that her stats?
No.
So Elsa is going to step through the
I
hole.
mean, maybe a little bit, actually. But anyways.
And as you are now on the other side, you see to your right a large tunnel, large enough to continue walking down, that extends off for quite a ways. Orienting yourself, you are walking from the back of the church, and if you were to go that direction, it would head towards the front. Sorry, flip-flop that. You are near the front of the church, and going that direction will take you through to the back of the church
Like
and
where the
continue
altar
on.
is?
It will continue on past the back of the church towards the forest,
So the back being the altar side of the church.
the altar side of the church.
Which is where
It'd be west.
that would
That is-
be.
It
Or
rests
it'd be
at
east.
where the Lord's faith is based lies its resting place.
The altar, the crucifix. That
Yeah.
sounds right.
Oh yeah, it would be in the east.
So once everybody's through,
But let me explain what's on the
Oh.
left.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no.
Oh,
Is it a
please
cat?
Don't. Is it a cat?
No. So the left is a brick wall.
Brick wall. We gotta go through that, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, Luca.
As I'm wiping my head, I'm like, so glad we only have one wall. Who put a brick wall down here?
And I will venture a little, while Luca's working on that, I will venture a little bit down the other hall to see if I find an end to it, find ideally a pile of cat bones.
Yeah. I feel like that hall must go out to the other entrance, like the entrance that's described in the book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my guess.
It's
But the base of what is it?
the Lord's faith, where the Lord's faith is based.
Where the Lord's faith is based makes me think under the altar.
That's what I would think too.
But it's not going to be too far, so I can always guesstimate the distance, and then if I don't find anything.
Yeah.
But also bricked wall.
Bricked wall.
Bricked wall.
Brick wall.
Like if they bricked up a cat behind burned it and then bricked it up, cask of a Monticello.
To keep people from finding it or animals from getting at it, maybe.
Something.
Well,
It's strange.
we would like to break down the wall, please. I'd like to buy a
Alright.
vowel.
Luca would like to break down the wall, please.
Kool-Aid.
So Luca, again, so this is a brick wall, so it's freestanding from the natural cavern, so I will not make you make a check for this.
I can just grab onto the top
Yeah.
of it and pull it
Yeah.
down.
Oh.
It is not supporting the natural cavern.
It's not built into the walls. It's built in place.
It's built in place.
It's
It's a
like
brick wall.
Cement around.
You're not
the-
breaking down the naturally occurring walls of the cavern. You're breaking down a wall that was put up in a cavern, and therefore breaking it down is not as destructive to the
Okay. I'll just take your word for
structure.
it.
I don't
That's
know.
alright.
I'm
You don't
making
have to
this up as
explain
we
it
go.
to
It's a
me.
little bit easier to cut through
Yeah.
cement than it is solid rock.
Correct. An old
Okay.
crumbling brick. It is old,
Okay.
old,
I
So all the
punched through it.
mortar is
old brick. Yeah,
decayed,
all
yeah.
the mortar is crumbled out. It's
we could just start taking
pretty
bricks out.
quick.
Yeah, I guess we could just all
Oh,
pull.
Yeah, so it's pretty quick work. And as the wall collapses to the ground, you see a small room.
Room or cavern?
It's a section of the cavern
Okay.
that has been bricked off to be a small room.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it is very obvious in the middle of the room that there is some disturbed earth.
Well, let's take a gander at that, I think.
Yep. We go over.
All right. So you start removing the earth.
Yeah, it's like looks like a hole that's been filled in.
Yes.
Right. It's like, yeah, okay. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Start digging.
Do you want to start saying some prayers as like
Oh yeah.
Because we have to do it as it came in, so we have to bless the fire. Or it has to be like the fire of the Lord. Like that was the
What did it say?
baptized by fire in the name of the Lord.
Okay, so we gotta finish it off in the name of the Lord too. Okay, yeah, I'll just start whipping out some pretty general purpose prayers, like sort of your standard like protection from evil.
Our
like-
Father.
Yeah, like pulling in a couple saints or whatever. Like, let's get Mary in here too. Mary, you girl.
Mary, Mother, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women.
Yeah,
Do we find cat bones?
You do find a small wooden box.
Oh.
And inside, a set of tiny bones.
Cat bones, cat bones, cat bones, cat bones. Okay.
I will take out my alcohol and I pass it to Luca, since you were the bone finder.
Yeah, I soak some clothes in it.
I hold my lamp high so we can keep seeing.
I assume I know all the baptismal prayers or whatever. So
You're a priest. You know the priest stuff.
yeah, so I start doing like the baptism prayers. But anytime it says like water, I say fire instead. That's my little adjust. That's my
A little twist.
Yeah, it's my like customization for the scenario. Did they say water? Did they say like?
I have no
bless this water?
idea.
I don't know either. But if they do say water,
We're
I
not
say
the group to
fire.
ask.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry.
that's okay. No, I'm a CPEP too, but I think we're God.
Are we there? Did it work? Do we light it on fire?
Yeah, we
Alright.
light it on fire.
So
We
you
start
light it
saying
on
the
fire,
baptized
you say
prayers.
your prayers, and as the bones catch fire, you hear a blood-curdling howl that reverberates through the caverns. And then the ground begins to shake.
We gotta go. Do you think we should make it? I think we should run for the main entrance.
Yeah, we're not going to shimmy through.
We're not
Yeah, no
shimmying.
shimmy.
Not in
You
a- we're not in a
start to
ground shake.
see cracks forming along the ground in perpendicular to the
Oh no, we just destroy this church.
the path that the cavern takes.
Oh.
I mean, that's where we're going, so we book it, yeah?
Yeah, because presumably the path out is large enough to like walk down.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
I'm going to need the three of you to make agility physique tests.
oh boy, howdy. Let's find out.
2
No.
successes.
2 success.
One success.
I got
1
0.
success.
Oh, Luca,
Luca.
no!
Can I transfer a success?
No, that
Can
is
I,
not how
can I
this
use my
works.
memento to save him?
So that is not how this works.
Oh, okay.
However, a failure on something like this is not always immediate death.
I just get injured.
There
See.
are yes, we're actually
Get back.
finally
You're getting a
addressing
condition.
conditions.
Whoa!
So,
Whole section on my character sheet.
as you begin to run down the cavern system, the ceiling overhead begins to crumble. Rocks and boulders start to fall in the down upon you, raining dirt and gravel. You are mostly unscathed as Elsa and Oscar miraculously are able to evade any large boulders.
God. That's God. God
However-
More agile than I am, but I'm just like,
Luca, because you have failed, you have to select one of the physical conditions. And that is how we will narrate what happens during this scene.
Is it not just it goes down progressively?
Oh.
No, you get to select
Oh,
one.
that's cool.
so you can choose like.
That is my understanding of the rules.
I thought it was like, oh, you get tired, and then you're like, ooh, I'm a little bit tuckered, and then you're like, oh, I actually have a wound, and then the last one's like, oh, I'm
From my understanding of the rules, it kept referring to pick a condition.
Mm.
So
Oh, I thought that
I'm
was like
gonna
you
go
roll on the
off of-
table of 2036.
That's an injury
Oh, an
for
injury.
when you become broken.
Got it. Okay, then I'm gonna take exhausted
All right.
because I'm just tired.
All right.
Boo.
Well, I
Boring.
guess more thematically,
Skip to
I'd
broken.
be the more thematically is like I'd be battered by rocks hitting me.
You're battered
Yeah.
by rocks that beat the air from you.
Yeah.
You are spending and exerting so much energy avoiding the rocks in this situation. Maybe you are attempting to protect.
I am the tallest of the three.
Yes,
Aw.
you are the tallest and youngest in the group.
You might have
No,
also
I'm the
been
youngest.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
the
you're
youngest? Okay.
behind,
He's the
last.
youngest man in
So
the group.
you exert a large amount of energy and you become exhausted in this. And what that means is that you now have a condition that, if not healed, because this is not just like you're out of wind exhaustion. This is your muscles are fatigued. You have that lactic acid buildup. You are bruised. You are battered. You are like at your ends meet. You will also roll all physical tests with one less die.
Perfect. So yeah, the back of my cloak is like all dashed with sharp rocks, and
Oh.
I'm definitely gonna need to take this to a tailor. And my back is achy now, and my
Oh,
head hurts a
Luca.
little bit.
Poor baby.
But do we get out?
Do we get out?
Not yet.
Oh.
We haven't
Because the
encountered-
tunnels don't just lead out.
Oh no.
Oh, right. They twist and turn.
Yeah, maybe they split. Maybe they're dead ends.
So as you are running and the ground is continuing to shake, there are cracks that you have run away from. You're now, by your estimates, beyond the extent of the church. And that is when you start to notice that the cave walls are covered in intricate symbols,
Jeez.
leading into a large open chamber.
Maybe we should investigate this before we destroy it.
We had to take the short way.
So,
These are traps.
I
This all feels very pagan for an ostensibly church gym.
So as you make your way into this cavern opening, you see that these walls are adorned with symbols, unlike anything that you've ever seen before.
Wow.
And trenches have been carved into the middle of the floor to form a large pentagram.
Is this where we were supposed to burn the cat? Fuck.
Around the pentagram, you see robes
Ooh.
lying on the floor in piles, equally placed around.
What? Maybe this isn't even related to the cat. Maybe
But
this
the
is like a
ceiling
whole
is
other
still
thing.
falling. So
Yeah.
what do you do with this
I think we
information?
gotta
We just keep going.
Is there an
Yeah.
exit?
All right. There is an exit.
I have a
The
theory. It's
cavern
the same theory.
continues on. It twists a little while before you make your way out through the mouth of the cave, which exits just on the border of the forest behind the church.
It's right there.
Well, you know, we made the best decision we could with the information
Yeah.
we had available to us.
And my theory
Yes.
is that pentagram might be a blessing that keeps
The forest.
the forest in the area like lush and going
Oh.
faster. And they're two separate things.
Savvy.
Two separate things going on. Same
Yeah.
cave system, two separate things.
Yeah.
It's
Churchgram, lush forest.
timeshare.
Yeah.
All right.
You know, we've only got one pocket system. Okay, we've got like 3 or 4 mystical pagan rituals we need to do. Okay, so the cat, you guys can have the back,
We'll give you a wall.
and forest, you guys can have the big room because I know you need the pentagram. Okay, but you have to let other people come through when they need the cat. God, it's so fucking crowded down here.
And you need 2 means of egress, so regular way and
Oh my
scooch
god,
way.
Luca is like, this is not up to code.
So I will say that when you exit the cave system, you see the church has collapsed.
Yeah.
There is a
Well,
giant crack through the center of it.
Are we
The
the bad
roof
guys?
has caved in.
We didn't know.
And you start to see figures collecting in town, and they start to make their way towards the church.
How many robes were down there? 5.
There were.
It's a pentagram.
Whose
yeah.
robes we think
I
those are?
didn't say.
Oh, you didn't say. I think you just said there
piles.
were. Whose robes?
There's a good. This is a good question, and I will have an answer potentially soon.
I mean, we also might. It's not like we stopped to count, so.
Yeah.
I would say there's about 25.
Oh my goodness, it's the whole town.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
We gotta get
we
out
just
of
like
here.
we just like go into the woods and hook around
Yeah,
to our stuff.
Yeah.
Our stuff was in the carriage.
Are we
Your stuff is in the carriage.
upstream or downstream of the town we came from? You said
You're
we're
upstream,
upstream.
because the logs go.
If we
can
can
be
hook
sent down.
around to the sawmill and hitch a ride on one of the logs going downstream. Guys, come on! That's a really good idea!
I mean, maybe we check if our carriage is still there.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is some D&D nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they were never heard from again.
You better hope it's a lazy river.
That's kind of what I was picturing.
Oh, I love that. I love
It's like,
that
why
idea,
can't we
though.
take a boat? Why can't we take a boat? Why is that so, like, it's a river, ain't it?
It is a river.
Yeah.
It is a river, yeah.
I feel like that's not that bad of an idea.
No, if there's a boat there, we're taking it.
If-
Yeah, okay.
or even,
Okay,
like, yeah.
we can't hitch a... Okay, riding a log like a bucking bronco is not a good idea. But the idea of using the river to get out, I feel like, is valid.
Oh yeah,
I
no, that's.
agree.
I think
That I
that's super
agree.
valid.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh so hard.
No, that's
No, you're
okay. I love
fine.
making you laugh.
All right. So, what's your course of action? I'm going to make you do some checks, and we will narrate this epilogue scene out.
Let's hide in the woods first.
Yeah, let's cut through the
Yeah.
woods to get back to either our carriage or the mill.
All
I
right.
think, yeah, if we, like, split down between 6 and 7, so the mill and the Maelstrom house, the Karlstrom's house, we can check if get visual on the carriage. If the carriage is non-diable, pivot to the river.
Yeah.
And that should get us pretty far away from the church, which is where everybody's probably gathering. And before the dust clears, we should get into the woods so nobody sees that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
Perfect.
If everyone is okay with that course of action, not to be
100%.
bossy.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
sick. Let's go.
So we will start with a stealth check. Stealth
Stealth.
precision.
I don't have that. Oh, I rolled three
And
fives.
Precision
Oh,
is
that's
a
nothing.
I
physical
almost
trait.
rolled a Yahtzee.
I got 2 successes.
2 successes.
Do I minus 1 die because of my condition?
Precision
Oh, that is physical.
is
Logic and
physical,
numbers.
yeah.
Nope, I don't get any.
I also failed.
I'm
All right.
so unnoticeable. I
Okay.
get 2. I can't. tell.
So you run off into the woods, and you try to hide. You wait some time as you notice villagers approach the church. They start checking out the grounds, and then you hear someone shout, "They're in the woods!" And you hear a bunch of people start gathering and running through the bushes. You 3 take off. That is going to be agility physique.
Thought I have a little better. 1 success.
None.
One success.
4 fives though. 4 fives and 1 6.
Jeez Louise.
All right.
Well, look could have got.
I got walloped.
You got super walloped,
What is pushing rolls? I can roll again.
You can.
but
You take a condition.
Oh, okay.
You can.
I'm not gonna do that.
We're in the
Chase.
end game.
I feel like I'm not gonna. I've had such bad luck.
You could take a mental condition, right?
Can I take a mental condition?
Not,
it's
no,
just
not
physical.
when
It's a physical
doing.
check.
Yeah,
Okay.
physical checks result in physical conditions.
I'll say I still have a weapon on me, so if I have to defend myself, we'll keep running.
Yeah.
All right,
I just you
so-
can defend yourself, but we don't want to leave you behind. And I
Yeah,
cannot
so
defend
that's
myself.
the scenario that's about to pan out.
Luca, come on.
Okay, I'm gonna
Come on,
push.
baby. Let's go.
I'll push the roll.
Please.
Okay.
Thank
So, would you like to take battered or wounded?
I'll take battered.
Okay. So you're
Yes, I
gonna
got
push
success.
the roll.
Yes, Luca, my boy.
You're gonna push the roll because as you're getting tripped up on sticks and branches,
Much like Nils.
and
what's up?
bushes, and you are falling behind the other two, and you can hear the voices behind you getting closer. And so what you decide to do is throw yourself through some razor vines, which are a D&D concept, but thorn bushes.
Sharp
You
plants.
throw yourself through some thorn bushes in order to cut out a significant area that you would have had to run around. You come out all battered, your clothes are tattered, you have scratches all over, you're bleeding profusely, you've banged up your knees, but you continue on, and you are able to stay ahead of the mob that is collecting behind you.
Running in my dress.
You are
The best of all of us.
rounding the village, but you are going to have to cut through at some point to get to the sawmill.
Yeah, we want to cut through between the sawmill and Carlstrom's
Yeah,
house.
we kind of I think ran through this nub here, from behind the church, cut through, and then we're popping out between.
This is the church. This is the mill. So we're like,
And then pop out there, and then hopefully ride the river home if I get my
Alright.
way.
All right, so I think I will have one last skill check for that leg of this trip.
Okay.
Okay.
It is going to be. I think I could be convinced of a couple things. So I will present you with some information, and you tell me how you are going to use this information, and that will determine the skill check. One is we are near the Karlstrom house. So you do see that Marta is near her house at this point.
She's not with the rest of the town. Does that?
But she is kind of calling out to other people in town, sending them towards the church. So she is kind of sending all of the cronies after you. So you see her, and she has, we're just going to give her some big megaphone type of situation that she's calling out to everybody.
She just keeps running
So
her
you know
house.
that if you're spotted by her, that is going to aggravate the situation. You do see that the sawmill is also in operation right now. That there are actually people still working, even under this commotion, at the sawmill. The river is flowing, but the vast majority of people out and about are split between those two areas, either at the church in the forest area chasing after you, / they have now looped. Some of them have now looped back around with you, in pursuit of you, or they are at the sawmill. You do not see anybody else out on the road at this point, or
And where
in
did-
town.
Where did we leave the carriage?
The
getting ready
carriage
to take
would
us
have
out.
been in the front of this Marta's house, the
Okay.
Karlstrom's house.
Could we run
So
to the-
basically in between the house and the sawmill.
Can I recall if I remember seeing any boats near the river? Since we had to pass through there a couple of times.
I don't
Any
think we
boats near the
visited
river?
sawmill.
No, you've
No,
not
but if
visited
we
the sawmill.
if we left the Karlstrom house and went down the front path, we would have been at the river.
That's true.
I can check real quick. The other piece of information that is of importance right now is that the road, this is the end of the road, this end of the village. In order to leave via road, you have to go through the entire village,
I was
past
about
the
to say
church,
Mm-hmm.
out through the southeastern part of town.
Yeah, we'd have to go all the way.
We'd basically have to run down whoever's in the street to leave.
Yeah, and hope that the horses hold.
There are horses that are not hitched to the carriage yet. They are on posts.
We just ride the horse.
How many horses?
There are 2.
We can share.
Buddy.
Yeah, but not for very long.
We just need long enough to get out of the town.
What if they chase us? If they have horses? I'm just talking. Well, I guess we don't even have time to plan because we're like.
Yeah, you do
running.
not have
Yeah.
much time to plan. So
I think if there's not a boat, the horses are our best option.
I feel like maybe we can only go for one because either way, they're gonna. If we go for either the horses or we go for a boat, they're gonna see us. We're gonna attract attention.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if I remember seeing a boat,
Oh yes.
if I know that there's a boat there, I say we go for the boat.
Yeah.
And if
not,
there, and if I
horses.
can't remember if there's a boat, we're going for the horses.
Deal.
apologies. I'm looking for the page where the sawmill is on.
Oh, no worries. I feel like
Oh
it
wait, I wrote
seems
all of them
logical that there
down.
would be
No,
a
I
boat
didn't. I started
for
writing
managing,
pages
like a barge
down.
Mm-hmm.
for managing log clogs and whatever. Is that what they're called? Log jams.
Log jams.
Log
Log
jams.
clogs.
Log clogs.
I like that though.
Should be called log clogs.
Mm.
Who's in charge? Let me speak to the manager.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. You came in at night on
2 days
Friday.
ago.
2 days ago.
Which is
And
I'm mostly thinking of the next day when we left Marta's house. We would have had to walk outside, and if we used the road, which I assumed we would have like at least been up against the river.
It
Do you
also
see?
seems so unlikely to me that they would not have
Do you see what I mean?
boats.
If you have a river and you need to go somewhere,
Like they're already using
Yeah.
the river
That's
for
Marta's
log
house, and if we wanted to go up in
Yeah.
town, we would have had to come down.
But there-
and then they're
Yeah.
not using
And been
they're
next
not
to the
so
river.
let's
boats.
say what they have are canoes.
okay,
That
works
is
fine.
fine.
Yeah, we'll take a canoe.
Honestly,
Bet.
ideal. Very fast.
We don't need to go upriver.
Can
We're
we-
going downriver.
Yeah.
Load up. Did anybody have anything in the carriage that they're going to be sad about losing?
Nope.
I did have a nice pair of pants in my duffel bag.
I'll get you a new pair of pants.
That's fine. I'd rather live. Yeah.
Honestly, I think we're about to make a lot of money from the guy that we really hate, but
maybe
That's true.
maybe Nils' clothes will fit me.
Yeah. One of them you did burn with the cat.
One of the I did burn with the cat stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
Get out of here. Make a run for the canoes, break for the canoes,
Yeah.
basically.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Are you trying to avoid Marta in any way?
Probably.
Maybe if
So here,
I don't think so.
mechanically,
I think we just-
this is
we
what
just
that
get
decision is going to
fastest.
do. So if you are just beelining past her, allowing her to see you and alert people, you will have to do everything very quickly, aka agility.
Yes, I think that's for the.
double physical
Well,
disadvantage.
Well, no. Did I take a condition from that razor vine thing, or was that just flavor?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did. You
Does put-
are
does-
battered.
You're battered
Push
and
yourself.
exhausted.
Does pushing does it double the difficulty level?
It adds you take a condition.
Oh, because I
You
pushed
take
it.
a
Got it.
condition
Got it.
to
Got
You
it.
say I'll take a condition
Yeah.
and
To
I get
do
to
it.
roll again.
Got it.
Yeah.
I think what's the alternative? We're gonna do physical things anyway. Sneaking is physical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm dead weight anyway.
Do
so
we
Oh,
think
no.
that somebody could distract while others? Because if she uses the megaphone and she yells, "Everybody over here," while the other two go somewhere, like if,
I think the best. I think the best option is we try and we improvise if we need to.
yeah,
Yeah.
if worse comes to worse, and I hate to say this as a person and also as a character, I do have a revolver.
oh, I think we also.
I
like,
also have a revolver.
Why are you guys so strapped up?
The city
It
is
was
dangerous.
my father's.
Oh my god.
There is also one other option. and that is to use a manipulation on Marta to stall her.
That's kind
Alerting
of what
people, but then you have to deal with that. Because
I
that
was
will only
thinking-
stall.
maybe I could. Oh, I'm not really good at manipulation. I'm good at inspiration.
I'm not good at manipulation either, so.
I was thinking, let's make a run for it. If she sees us, maybe one of us can stall while you and the other person get to the boats, and then just kind of take it from there. I think what we really just need to worry about is getting Luca to the boats. Because he is not doing good. Look at
He's
him.
not
Look at my
doing
boy.
good.
Unless you have time to do like medicine on him or
You can
something.
We
see he's
don't.
like
I don't think we have
wheezing,
time.
he's bleeding, he's got a black eye already.
Look at my boy. Look what they did to my
Look
boy.
at me. Oh.
Okay, let's run for it and see.
See if we can do it.
Yeah.
You never know. How many dice do you roll for that? For you said agility, right?
Agility.
I got 2.
Please, baby.
All you need is one success.
I actually also roll 2.
Nope.
Right.
I got
Nope.
2 successes.
Care to share? We both.
I
failed.
wish.
Okay.
So,
Well,
if
Guns
he
out.
is struggling, you're going to notice that he's struggling, and she is about to call her alarm. Maybe she just has a bell. That sounds
Okay, yeah.
more likely. She has like
She's
a
not
bell
like,
where she can like
She's like ding ding
basically
ding ding.
Dinner bell.
call attention.
If I notice that they're struggling and I notice that she notices, that Marta notices,
Yeah,
I'm
she
gonna
sees you.
draw my gun on her
All right.
that's
you're-
my girl.
and just aim it at her and give her a look. Give her that like, you
Okay.
better
Stop
not.
ringing that bell. Don't
That's
ring
going to
that
be a
bell.
manipulation.
Okay.
And we're gonna keep running for the boats while Elsa does that.
Hobbling.
Hobbling. Yeah, I've got your arm.
One
over my
success.
shoulder.
One success. Okay.
My girl.
That is going to be, I think it's against her. Right? They have I think
Would that be-
those stats are. I think it's observation.
Like intimidation.
Yeah. Because I remember there was some notes about vigilance versus
Observation.
something. I don't remember exactly.
All right, that's okay. Make
Oh,
whatever
it's
choice you-
vigilance against stealth, observation against manipulation.
All right.
So she is going to roll for that.
Don't make me use this, Marta.
You were such a good girl. Where do you even keep that? Do you have a holster?
It's just like it's like tucked into my like the folds of my dress.
She's going to fail. So
Yes!
she doesn't
Yes!
know if you're going to use it or not.
I'm gonna put
So
my
she
finger.
falters. She
so badass.
Put my finger up to my lips, and then I'm gonna book it.
And we keep running. Maybe we get like a little bit, like we get past you.
Yeah, I just want enough time to get us to the boat before other people get there, so we
Yeah,
can
exactly.
push off before anybody else.
Okay. So you do buy yourself seconds of time,
Seconds is
which is
enough.
enough to get Luca to the boat.
You throw my body into the boat.
Hey, I also failed.
There are canoes. You have to get them off the racks into the water, get Luca into the boat. And by the time like you are setting the boat in the water, she is ringing that bell.
Fine.
And
No
you
problem.
can see off in the distance that the villagers are turning around and making their way towards you. There were also the people who are still following you that are still like following you.
Okay.
So, all that being said, you get off into the water.
Let's get low in case any of them have guns.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep my gun out though.
You get yourself into the boat. Somebody has to paddle. It's a canoe.
Well, we're going downstream, so mostly just push off.
Okay, you
As
push
much as
off
we can.
and
Yeah, I
let
swear.
We're
it
trying to get into the middle of the
take
river.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying not to hit any logs.
I mean, we'll have a paddle with us.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
Paddling.
saying we don't need to be actively paddling.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are going to try to get into canoes
Steering.
after you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fire over them.
Fire over them. Okay.
Wait,
Is that
they're getting
another
canoes after
manipulation?
us?
Yeah, they're following us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
What are they gonna do? They don't have weapons. I hope. Long range weapons. I hope not.
No successes.
Also, no successes. I don't know what to do in that situation.
It's a stalemate.
but if we get
stalemate.
to another town, we can be like, these people are.
So, I'm gonna say that with the stalemate, we're just gonna give it to you.
Yeah.
In
Yay.
this situation. Plus, you're kind of done with the mystery, so
Yeah.
you are all going to survive.
Elsa like stands up in the boat and is like, "Don't you dare!"
The church was destroyed.
Oops.
Well,
It was like not our goal.
is there a version where we wouldn't have destroyed the church?
I guess we wouldn't
Left
have
it
just
alone.
yeah,
left
we
it
just
alone.
left.
And you do leave the town not fully understanding the mystery of whatever the fuck was going on in this village.
I
And
think we got
why the
outline.
arrival of outsiders induced death.
An act of God.
Because up until this point, there were no deaths by the Grimm. Not any out of the ordinary, not consistent enough for anybody to notice.
Because nobody wished the church harm.
Father Nystrom never noticed any of the deaths, never attributed them to the Grimm prior to yesterday. It wasn't until you notified him of this information that led him to investigate the situation. He knew something was up with Marta and knew that she was trying something. He also was aware of a group of practitioners.
Were they like working together to make the forest lush so that they could sell their land for more money?
Yeah, was
Maybe.
that it?
That
What
would be
was
such
it?
a long con. Like for the forest to be legendarily lush, it must have been going on for ages. And those cat bones were old too.
Yeah.
The wall too.
Yeah, the wall was old. This all must have been done ages ago. It's not like any of it was done in response to recent
Yeah.
events.
So they're pagans that are using Christianity to get the benefits of Christian monsters to protect their pagan
They're like,
rituals.
sure, I'll get into it.
But is
yeah.
it truly a Christian monster or is it a pagan monster
It's
that
a
was leashed upon a Christian
It's a
Yeah.
background?
religion turducken. You got paganism in my turkey.
Sorry, but Tim, you were saying.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was
Oh,
just
no,
enthusiastically speculating.
Part of me is trying to decide if I want to read the background information, but I will paraphrase it instead. So the forest has always been one of mankind's greatest assets, providing building materials for our houses and furniture, fueling our fires, and becoming the wagons and boats that have brought us forward. But the woods have always had many secrets, from the fear of getting lost to fairy tales about the wood wives who rule them. In the 19th century, this all changed with the advent of industrialization and the steam engine. Sawmills began running on steam, and the harvested timber was done at a pace faster than the forests could be replenished. This was an attempt to bring forests to its knees. But not all can be tamed overnight. Farnsta is one of those places. It had its own little sawmill powered by a watermill, and everything existed in balance. There were always rumors that Christianity had not fully immersed itself in this region, and that was not entirely baseless. The people of this village have long practiced a generational sacrifice to keep the land fertile.
Husbands.
They referred to themselves as the free ones.
My mother's mother's mother.
Yeah.
As Christianity swept the land in the 12th century, they maintained their traditions away from the public eye and started holding secret meetings in a subterranean cave system.
Collapsed it.
Pocket system.
The entrance of the caves is next to the church.
Naturally.
Yep.
So in order to protect the cave, a cat was sacrificed and buried in the foundation of the building. As they had learned, this was a way to summon a church grim.
Makes sense.
How did that protect the cave?
And the rituals could be used
Same
to
system.
control it to defend their territory.
The rituals.
What rituals?
They're
With
pagan.
with
The pentagram.
They would
That
do
can
rituals.
Control a church grim?
Well,
Apparently.
yeah. I guess
Oh.
it's the proximity. It's like how.
It's confused.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like you pick up the flavor of something else by setting it beside something.
Oh yeah, it's like define the harm to the church. If the caves are under the church, it's like, oh, it gets kind of grandfathered in. Like,
Yeah.
Roughly 3 weeks before the start of this mystery, Gottfried Hammerstrom and his assistant, Niels Lindskold, were sent to the village to negotiate the purchase of large contracts, and this offer divided the free ones. Some of its members sought to abandon the traditions of the cult, while others thought that this would put an end to their freedom. There was a lot of interplay between Dorothy and Martha.
Yep.
Dorothy was attempting to leave the cult, and Martha was the leader of the cult. However, Dorothy, being the largest landowner, had the financial leverage over the rest of the town and was using that to strong arm them all into selling and abandoning their way of living, but only for a price. She needed to secure her safety on the other side of that contract. Marta, learning about a lot of this information, lured Hammerstrong to his death
the handwriting.
Yep.
by framing him
Did it match Marta's?
Yeah.
to break into the church at night.
When did we get a sample of Marta's handwriting?
There was one of these.
This letter was written by the priest.
No, there's
That's okay.
doesn't
Okay,
matter.
never mind. Sorry.
Then it went after Niels. They both had broken sections of the church, and she had rung the church bells in order to summon it. And when the church bells are rung, it will attack anybody who had done harm to the church that day.
And they had dug.
And they had dug into the foundation of the church. So it went
tell them
after
about the fire?
Niels, who saw it through his window, but was able to escape. However, as he fled on horseback, he glimpsed the creature, and the sight of it drove him mad. And there we have it.
Wait, what about the priest?
He destroyed the book, which I guess was harm to the.
His, he basically got framed by Marta. That after he started investigating what was going on, he confronted Marta, and that night she trapped him at the church and it doesn't really get into the details of how she accomplishes it.
Oh, okay.
But basically, the Grimm saw him as breaking in at night, even though he's a church. Even though he's the priest.
Fucking, like, security
The Grimm
system.
is
It's
not
like, oh, I forgot to
necessarily.
deactivate my security Grimm, and now it's called
Yeah.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. It's my house. It's my house.
The Grimm operates
God's
on some very like strict rules that aren't necessarily logical to all humans.
Yeah.
And Marta figured out a way to manipulate those rules to her whim.
Fucking Grimm hacking.
But yay, we
We
solved
survived.
it.
We survived.
We
You kind of solved it.
the
You got
problem.
rid of Grimm.
And we
got
And
rid of
you
the Grimm.
found the body.
and we halted the cult.
We collapsed the cult, so they're gonna have to start over.
So
Wait, so sorry, the cult. What does the cult do?
It makes the forest
It makes
lush.
the forest good.
Yeah.
That's the cult's
Yeah.
deal.
so they're practicing different magic.
Okay, so if the cult stops practicing, the forest goes back to being normal.
Yeah, it won't.
Yes.
It won't grow as much.
I
as
mean,
it
it's
did.
still like valuable just as a forest, presumably. But
Yeah.
Well, you've kind of left them as they were.
What
yeah,
do we?
but Mr. What's his face is gonna try and go back. I mean, once we go back to him and we're like, "Hey, your guy
Was
they're-
murdered.
They're a pagan cult and they murdered your guys, but you can keep trying if you want."
And he's gonna say those people are crazy.
And he's gonna put us in the same
Well,
room as
the
Nils, and we're all
Grimm-
gonna hang out there.
Well, the Grimm was destroyed, so he probably could now. You've opened the door for him.
Is he gonna strong arm 20 people?
Well, yeah, because so now,
There still does persist a chasm in the organization where some of them are potentially persuaded to sell.
right? Because Doherty was really looking
Yeah.
to sell, and now she has to. Now it's just regular petty politics and not
Now it's just
supernatural
regular
pagan politics.
Well,
now it's just like
well.
the homeowners association, the town regulations.
But yes, I will give us a little outro,
Okay.
and we will wrap up our adventure this evening. So as we conclude this journey into the shadows and secrets of today's tale in Kitschy Shop for Eclectic Curiosities, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all you pioneers and fellow curios chasers who joined us today. Your curiosity and enthusiasm make this peculiar realm come to life. Remember, the darkness never sleeps, and our doors are always open to those brave enough to explore. We couldn't do it without your support. A special thank you to our generous patrons, JCH, Chris B, and Maggie Z, whose unwavering support keeps the candles burning bright here at Goblin Forge. But before we bid you farewell, remember to like, follow, and subscribe to stay updated on our future journeys into the unknown. This playcast is a Goblin Forge production. If you enjoyed what you experienced today, follow us on Instagram at goblin_forge_TTRPG, at goblin_forge on TikTok, or join our Discord community. And if you haven't already, be sure to share the mysteries of Kitschy Shop with your friends and fellow seekers of the supernatural. Until we meet again, may the mysteries of this world continue to intrigue your mind and awaken your sense of wonder. Stay curious, stay daring, and always embrace the shadows. Goodbye.